To our traditional rulers and our cultural organizations, including the Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide, your role in sustaining unity and legitimacy remains indispensable. To academia and professional bodies, your rigor and evidence must anchor this vision. To the women and youth, this future must work for you, or else it will not work at all. And to our diaspora who are here represented, 70 of them who flew in for this event, your engagement affirms that the Southeast future will be built both home and abroad, but together. Distinguished guests, and the Southeast Vision 2050 is not a declaration of arrival, it's just a declaration of intent. An intent to coordinate rather than fragment, to plan rather than react, and to build institutions rather than personalities, and to pursue development as the most enduring form of justice. In the coming months, Your Excellencies, this forum will translate into a prioritized pipeline of region-wide projects, a financing strategy, and a shared implementation framework. Forgive me, Your Excellencies, I think months is too long. We will deliver this document in probably 6 to 7 weeks, even if we have to roll up our sleeves, drink endless coffee, and sleep only 2 hours a night. So I am giving you my word, Your Excellency, that in 6 weeks, we'll have the first draft of this document. Your Excellencies, our governors, thank you so much for what you do and how you continue to inspire us. Like I said, people who don't believe that the regional coordination has already been working amongst them. The last December is evidence for everyone to see. We had the most peaceful December with the most people coming in for the last 5 years. And this is down to the amazing work of our 5 governors in the Southeast. So to that extent, I say, once these initiatives are aligned and they're disciplined and committed, we believe that the Southeast will not only recover, it will compete, it will contribute, and it will lead. Thank you very much. God bless the Southeast. God bless the Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. We can keep that applause going. For the remarkable Mark Okoye, MD, CEO of the Southeast Development Commission. We would like to recognize the Governor of Imo State, His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, who is ably represented by the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Chike Olembe. Do I hear your applause? Welcome. Send our regards to Mr. Governor. For the next 10 minutes, we shall be listening to the paper, aligning regional visions with national priorities, ensuring policy coherence and continuity. And to help us handle that, we have the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Regional Development Programs. She's making her way already, Dr. Miriam Temitope Masha. Make that applause louder. Let's be generous with this. Come on. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, my principal, and the Excellencies, all of the governors of the Southeast states, I would please, with your permission, stand on existing established protocol. I'm honored to stand with you here at the Southeast Vision 2050 Stakeholders Forum. From our engagements yesterday, we've seen that this platform has proven itself to be one that reflects foresight, has regional ownership, and a deep-seated commitment to shaping the Southeast's long-term trajectory. This forum is especially significant because it coincides with the landmark moment of institutional renewal. The Southeast Development Commission is an institution that is long envisioned and deeply needed to translate regional aspirations into measurable impact. For me, this moment carries a profound personal historical weight. Growing up, my mother's eldest brother, the elder statesman Femi Okunu, who served as the Federal Commissioner for Works and Housing under Major General Yakubu Gowon, who was at that time the head of the military government and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, often recounted deliberations of the FEC in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. He spoke of the national commitment to resettlement, reintegration, and reconstruction, and he shared with me the FEC memo number 70 of January 21, 1970, which detailed the Council's resolution to administer this national healing. Yet, history records a sobering lesson. Despite the clarity of intent, implementation gained very little traction. Interestingly, one of the projects that was implemented was the Museum of National Unity, which is right here in Enugu. And I had the privilege of visiting yesterday. And being in there, it underscored something that my principal, the Vice President, always says: what binds us together supersedes. For over 5 decades, the 3 R's, as they were called, remained an unfulfilled promise on a yellowing page. Now, 55 years later, history is coming full circle, because under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, a nephew to Femi Okunu, the Southeast Development Commission has been established by law. The Commission, amongst other purposes, is responsible for managing and receiving funds for reconstruction of damaged infrastructure from the Civil War. So this is more than a policy shift. It's a conscious effort to give practical and modern meaning to reconciliation and peace through development. So today, we are witnessing unfinished history being consciously completed. As we discuss Vision 2050, we're doing more than planning. We're correcting the gaps of the past and aligning regional realities with national priorities. We're building the institutions that is capable of sustaining development long after we leave this room. So in that sense, we're not just participants in the forum, we're actually the actors that are tasked with ensuring that this time intent finally meets traction. Now, at the heart of our gathering is a central and urgent question. How do we ensure that Vision 2050 is not only ambitious, actionable, but also aligned and can be sustained across generations? And to answer this, I believe that we must focus on a single transformative imperative, and that is by grounding our strategy in local realities. We create policy coherence that is necessary to turn long-term vision into a continuous national reality. In my almost 2 decades in public service in Nigeria, I found that we do not lack vision as a country. What we often have a challenge with is alignment. And so this alignment could be alignment between federal and subnational plans, between policy intent and the lived realities of the people that we serve. So I believe that the Southeast region is uniquely positioned to lead this shift. And this shift can be achieved by leveraging the region's vibrant entrepreneurial culture, its diaspora strength, and the deeply rooted community institutions to address a myriad of issues, ranging from insecurity, unemployment, to even climate pressures. But for Vision 2050 to succeed, I think that there are 3 things that need to be done simultaneously. First, it must translate local realities to national relevance. We have a number of frameworks at the national level: energy transition, economic recovery plans, even the human capital development agenda. But they will only be as effective if they reflect what's happening at the local level. So for the Southeast, what does this mean? It means asking practical questions. As an example, how can its trade networks support national export diversification? How do skills, mobility, and technology gaps here inform human capital and digital economic strategies? Because when we have regional data, we have community priorities and sector-specific realities that are systematically fed into national planning, policy stops being abstract. It starts being effective. Second, Vision 2050 must be aligned and not parallel to national priorities. And to reference Professor Okechukwu, who said yesterday, and please forgive me if I butcher this, he says we need to drop the philosophy of out to onye, I believe, that do by itself for itself. We need to align. Too often plans sit side by side national plans instead of being embedded within them. Alignment doesn't mean loss of autonomy. It actually means strategic coherence. And a coherent system is one that would look at, for example, industrial clusters. How do they complement national value chains as opposed to compete with them? How are infrastructure investments reinforcing national, for example, national transport and energy corridors? Alignment reduces duplication, so it allows us to do more, attracts private investment, and will strengthen the case for sustained federal and development partner support. Third and lastly, continuity must be designed into the system. Nothing must be left to chance. Vision 2050 will only endure if it survives changes in administration, leadership, and political priorities. Therefore, it requires strong institutions and not personality-driven frameworks, clear implementation pathways that are measurable, legal, fiscal, and governance mechanisms that lock in long-term commitments. So we should know that and appreciate that continuity is not about maintaining the same policy forever. Rather, it's about ensuring that transitions build forward as opposed to start all over. Ultimately, Southeast Vision 2050 is not just a regional aspiration. I believe it's a test case for how Nigeria can move from fragmented planning into integrated development, where our local realities would shape national priorities and where national frameworks would empower regional development and transformation. So if we get this right, when we get this right, the Southeast will not only secure its future, it will offer a model for policy coherence and continuity across the Federation. I thank you for listening.
There's a special senior assistant to the President on Regional Development, Office of the Vice President. Let's appreciate her. A well-educated woman, Dr. Miriam Temitope Masha, from UNILAG to Johns Hopkins to Oxford, a well-rounded woman. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because of our time, I will appeal to those that will be doing Goodwill messages now to just do 2 minutes, please. And we are kicking off with the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide. Let me welcome here distinguished Senator John Azuta Mbata.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, the Governors, Governor of Enugu State, my landlord, Governor of Ebonyi State, Governor of Anambra State, Governor of Abia State, and the representative of the Governor of Imo State. Ndị eze dị ebe a, ndị Igbo niile dị ebe a, ekene m unu. Igbo kwenu. Ndị Igbo nọ nọkwa ebe a. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwezuonu. His Excellencies, I'm honored to address this distinguished assembly at the Southeast Development Commission's Vision 2050, the Regional Stakeholders Forum. This gathering represents more than a development conversation. It is a moment of reflection, renewal, and renewed commitment to the future of the Southeast within a united Nigeria. The theme of this forum, charting a shared path to sustainable prosperity for the Southeast, speaks directly to the aspirations of our people. reminds us that development is not only about infrastructure and economics, it is also about trust, inclusion, and a shared sense of belonging in the national project. The Southeast has contributed immensely to Nigeria's growth through enterprise, innovation, and resilience. Yet, it will be dishonest not to acknowledge that over the years, feelings of exclusion, neglect, unresolved grievances have taken root in parts of our region and our subconsciousness. These sentiments, if left unaddressed, can weaken national cohesion. It is in this context that the Southeast Development Commission assumes profound significance. Beyond its statutory mandate, the Commission represents a powerful instrument of reconciliation and healing in our national psyche. When properly empowered and adequately funded and sincerely supported, it can become a visible demonstration of the federal government's commitment to equity, justice, and inclusive development in Nigeria. On behalf of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide and the millions of Igbo people at home and in the diaspora, I respectfully appeal to the federal government to fully utilize the Southeast Development Commission by providing it with appropriate and sustained funding. Doing so will not only accelerate development, it will also go a long way in assuming and assuaging lingering ill feelings and rebuilding confidence and healing old wounds in Igbo land. Your Excellency, this is the time to heal. It is the time to replace suspicion with trust, despair with hope, and marginalization with meaningful inclusion. Development, when sincerely pursued, is one of the strongest tools for peace and national unity. As stakeholders, we equally bear responsibility. We must support the Commission with ideas, oversights, and partnerships, as well as accountability. We must ensure that it is intervention are people-oriented, people-centered. It must be transparent and impactful. It must reach our communities, empowering our youth and restoring faith in public institutions. Let Vision 2050 mark a turning point, a future where the Southeast is fully integrated into the Nigeria's development agenda, not in words alone, but in visible action. A future where our youths see opportunity instead of frustration, and where unity is strengthened through fairness and shared prosperity. I thank you all for your commitment to this historic endeavor. God bless the Southeast. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The President General, Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, thank you indeed.
On behalf of manufacturers in the Southeast, those who invest, produce, employ, and export, often under some of the most challenging operational conditions in the country. Yet, the truth must be told. Our industrial potential is highly constrained by infrastructure gaps, high cost of energy, weak logistics, limited access to long-term finance, and fragmented regional coordination. Despite these challenges, the Southeast enterprise networks and a strong diaspora capital base ready to invest if the right structures are in place. I must say that manufacturing is not trading. Manufacturing is long-term, capital-intensive, productivity-driven, and remains one of the strongest drivers of sustainable development and growth. If Nigeria is to industrialize, the Southeast must industrialize. Southeast Vision 2050, therefore, represents a defining opportunity to build a true production economy, one that is anchored on industrial parks, agro-processing corridors, a strong regional energy backbone, SME clusters, and skilled workforce. This vision should be delivered through state-anchored industrial clusters, leveraging Abia's manufacturing depth, Anambra's enterprise density, Enugu's logistics and services hub potential, Ebonyi's agro-processing strengths, and Imo's emerging energy assets. Our clear ask is simple. Prioritize reliable and affordable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and patient long-term finance as the foundation of this vision. As manufacturers, we are ready to partner with government. We are ready to invest. We are ready to create jobs. And we are ready to build export-oriented industry. But the industry needs systems. It needs policy stability and execution discipline. We look forward to a Vision 2050 framework that is not just aspirational, but executable, bankable, investable, and sustainable. One that can translate our enterprise energy into industrial power and shared prosperity. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Southeast stands fully committed to this journey and pray that this forum will mark the beginning of a new era of coordinated, competitive, and inclusive growth for our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll continue to appeal for those that are coming here for the Goodwill message. Let's try and stick to the 2 minutes. Thank you. But let me quickly recognize the following. I'd like to welcome here the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. I welcome you. Thank you very much. The Minister of State, Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Bianca Ojukwu is also here with us. Welcome you. The managing directors of federal agencies that are here, Engineer Jennifer Adigije, MD Niger Delta Power Holding Company is here with us. We welcome you. Thank you very much. Let me also welcome Cornelius Adebayo, MD National Agricultural Land and Development Authority, Uzoma Wagwa, MD City Corps, Obia Sika, the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture.
What does the investment is peace. Funding flows to where there is peace. The second thing we need is infrastructure development. I would like to really commend the governors for the improvement we have seen in infrastructures in the Southeast. During the Christmas, I was in my village in Ifeke, and I traveled to Anambra State, Enugu State, Ebonyi State, and Abia. I can attest to the improvement in infrastructure. Our governors have done well. We have to commend them. But they can do a little bit better through connectedness of the infrastructure development in the states. We would like to see infrastructure, particularly energy, is important for development. We want to see a railway system that connects all the cities in Southeast. These things can be done. What we need is the peace and the working together that will enable that to be done. And that is where the Southeast Development Commission comes in. You have convened this forum. You have to continue to connect everyone in the Southeast for us to work towards that vision of 2050, which I believe is possible. We also need jobs, and jobs. And that will come through improvement in the production capacity in the Southeast. We need to get our diaspora communities back with the funding. Diaspora, in this case, not just those in outside Nigeria, but those outside Southeast that are within Nigeria. We need to bring back the production back to Southeast. What can the corporate Nigeria give? We can provide funding for these projects. Once the projects are bankable, once the projects are clear and measurable, we can provide the funding for these projects to happen. I would like to say that the commitment I've seen, even in this room today, shows that it is possible for the federal government, the state government, the Southeast Development Commission, and indeed private sector to work together to ensure a viable Southeast. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another applause as he makes his way off the stage. We're moving on very swiftly, and we appeal once again that you keep your goodwill message to 2 minutes at the most, please. 2 minutes maximum. At this point, we would like to recognize very quickly the Honorable Minister Kingsley Ude, SAN, and Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. Do I hear your applause? Okay, that does it. Moving on very swiftly, we'll take our next goodwill message, this time a representative from the diaspora. Please welcome the CEO of Umuibo Unite, speaking of Madam Ijoma Okoli. Madam Ijoma, are you here? Okay, it will be a long walk, but I know you'll make up for the distance by keeping it at 2 minutes. just so that I don't hover around your shoulder. An applause will make her steps faster. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, His Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, all the governors and ministers of the Southeast here present, and distinguished leaders and stakeholders, all protocols duly observed. Each members and a broader reach of 40,000 across the Igbo diaspora. Our members are largely young Igbo professionals who remain deeply connected to the Southeast and eager to contribute through skills, enterprise, and service. Through regular chapter events and major annual conventions hosted in the most populous cities, this year it's going to be held in Chicago, August 6th through 9th. UIU has become a home away from home for the diaspora while creating meaningful impact in each host city. This impact has been recognized by U.S. city leadership, with UIU honored by mayors and city council members in places such as Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, to name a few. Collectively, our active membership represents significant economic capacity, with an estimated combined net worth of $300 million, or roughly 450 billion naira, reflecting both earning power and long-term investment potential. I'm here today representing that diaspora voice and commitment. Complementing this work is the UIU Cares Foundation, UIU's humanitarian and impact arm. Through UIU Cares, we have executed medical missions, health interventions, scholarships, and trade training and community development projects across southeastern Nigeria from the diaspora, translating diaspora goodwill into tangible outcomes on ground. UIU Cares is intentionally structured to align its initiatives, projects, and programs with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, ensuring that our impact is measurable, sustainable, responsive to real community needs. Together, UIU and UIU Cares reflect a full ecosystem of connection, capital, and compassion. Working realization, impact does not have to wait. Based on the presentations and discussions so far, that work has already begun. With continued coordination and commitment, we can see meaningful progress now, building steadily toward full realization over time. Institutional coordination. Vision becomes reality only when leadership aligns across institutions and sustains momentum through implementation. The diaspora stands ready to engage as a long-term partner, bringing skills, enterprise experience, capital, and global perspective in structured and practical ways that support the priorities emerging from this forum. I commend the MD, Mark Okoye, the Southeast Development Commission, and all partners for creating a platform that brings technical insight and collective leadership together. This is a defining moment, and how we align now will shape what is possible for the Southeast today and for future generations. Onyaga na nwanne ya, let no one leave their brother or sister behind. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome, in the spirit of collaboration, all the MDs and executive directors of the Northwest Development Commission, North Central Development Commission, Southwest Development Commission that are here. Can we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me also welcome here the chairman of NDDC, Mr. Chiedu Ebie Esquire, and the MD, Chief Michael Obuku, PhD, Managing Director and CEO. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to talk to us now is the Honorable Minister for Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, let me also recognize the presence of all the governors of the Southeast region, starting from the governor of Enugu State, the host governor, the governor of Ebonyi State, the governor of Abia, and that of Anambra State, and also the representative of the governor of Imo State. Let me also recognize the presence of the representative of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Professor Juros Ihowere, and also to be recognized members and chairman members and managing directors of the Southeast Development Commission and all other development commissions that are here present. Let me also recognize a number of personalities that are here. If I do not mention you, it's not because you are not important, but it's for the simple reason that I may not necessarily know the person. But I can see Mother Elsie here. You are welcome to Southeast. I'm sure we are meeting for the second time in a program organized by the Southeast Development Commission. But before I make my speech, let me publicly offer apology to the President, the Vice President, because I came a little bit late. The reason being that I made an attempt to be here yesterday to formally receive you here in Enugu. Unfortunately, I was unable to land. I had to go back to Abuja. So I have to make alternative arrangement to be here today. Let me say that I am privileged and honored to welcome and address this distinguished gathering of Southeast stakeholders, which without doubt is a defining moment in the development trajectory of the Southeast region and indeed of our nation. This forum is not only a ceremonial event, it is also a strategic summit and a deliberate effort to move the Southeast from fragmented, short-term development interventions to a more coherent, long-term regional vision anchored on evidence, inclusion, and shared ownership. Needless to say that this is an opportunity for Southeast stakeholders to own the Commission and utilize it to effect meaningful development in the region. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the federal government has made it clear that regional development is central to national prosperity. The establishment of Southeast Development Commission is not symbolic. It is an institutional commitment to coordination, integration, and sustained impact. The Southeast Vision 2015 is built squarely on this commitment. The Southeast is uniquely positioned within Nigeria's development landscape. For example, Abia State, with Abia as a manufacturing and SME hub, represent the region's strength in light industry, craftsmanship, and enterprise formalization. Anambra State stands out in commerce, logistics, innovation, and private sector-driven growth supported by strong adoption and diaspora leakages. Positioning strongly in knowledge-driven sectors, it is therefore expected that the Southeast Development Commission would privilege on above areas where the region has cooperative advantages to advance the course of development in collaboration with state governments. This brings to mind to say that development commissions are not another layer of government, but they are agencies under the federal government to collaborate with state government and local government. Therefore, the idea of competing with state government and the rest of them should be ruled out completely. Notwithstanding the above, the region continues to face structural constraints, infrastructure gaps, youth unemployment, security challenges, degraded regional ecosystem, limited regional integration, and weak coordination frameworks that prevent its full potential from being realized. It is my hope that 2015 will confront these realities, not with rhetorics, but with deliberate planning, institutional clarity, and long-term discipline. This initiative recognizes a simple truth: no region can sustainably develop through isolated projects alone. What is required is a shared vision supported by strong institutions and collective commitment. The structure of this forum is intentional, sequencing technical deep dives before political alignment. The 2015 process reverses an old pattern where politics precede evidence. Instead, leadership here is being invited to respond to stakeholder validated priorities grounded in data, feasibility, and inclusion. This approach reflects a maturity in regional planning, one that aligns fully with the Renew Hope agenda of this administration, which prioritizes sustainable growth, institutional framework, and shared prosperity. This is not a static plan, it is a living framework designed to evolve while maintaining strategic discipline. The federal government, through the Ministry of Regional Development, stands fully committed to supporting this process through coordination, policy alignment, and sustained engagement. It is therefore imperative to note at this very juncture that the federal government, through the Ministry of Regional Development, is contemplating reviving the commodity ecosystem across the regions. Once this proposal gets the necessary imprimatur, we will be looking forward to the era where palm oil of Southeast region and Abakaliki rice dominating international markets. As we proceed through this forum, I urge all stakeholders to engage with candor, responsibility, and a long-term mindset. This is not about winning arguments. It is about building consensus. It is not about individual projects. It is about collective transformation. The decisions, priorities, and commitments emerging from this forum will shape the Southeast, not just for the next election cycle, but for a generation. Let me conclude by reaffirming that Southeast Vision 2050 is an opportunity to reset the development narrative of this very region, anchoring it on evidence, collaboration, and shared prosperity. If we get this right, CEP 2050 will stand as a model for regional planning in Nigeria, demonstrating how leadership, institutions, and citizens can come together to chart a credible and implementable path to sustainable development. Before I conclude, let me, at this juncture, avail myself of this opportunity to make a few other remarks. I know in about a year and a half ago, I've had the opportunity to be
Association of Nigeria. Regions are trying to build dense trading networks, prolific industrial clusters that already produce at scale, and that is an incredible asset. Your well-known markets and manufacturing clusters show how local specialization can drive jobs and value creation when infrastructure and finance are aligned. The agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is progressively tackling the constraints that have limited the expansion of international trade and productivity. Improved energy, trade facilitation and logistics, access to affordable finance, and standards and quality infrastructure. Land and industrial, you see our speech was almost mirrored. Already, today's data reminds us that both the urgency and the opportunity exist. Nigeria's total merchandise trade was 38 trillion naira in Q2 2025, and this is a strong signal of expanding market activity and achieving that accelerates when standards describe, citing sustained policy consistency, tough fiscal choices, and growing investor confidence under the current administration. After the stabilization of the economy over the past 2.5 years, the shift to growth through the actualization of the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the cultivation of new trade and investment relationships across the world has not gone unnoticed. Let me conclude by announcing the commencement of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment African Continental Free Trade Area Subnational Tour this quarter. It's a program on trade facilitation that will collaborate with each geopolitical region, converging state and local government area leadership to develop a pipeline of export-ready products across the country for regional and global value chains. The Southeast Economic Vision 2050 provides a solid platform for this administration to fully harness these opportunities systematically across the Southeast. We are ready and we'll be back. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment. Can we put our hands together for our ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. I'd like to welcome here the Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC, Dr. Adaro Meji Owen, represented here by Barrister Carl Akwarandru, Regional Director of the bank. The Managing Director of Rural Electrification Agency is represented by the Southeast Head, Patrick Fash. Mr. Charles Odi, DG Smidan is here with us. Mr. Nana Ude, Board Member, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, is also here with us. Let me welcome the Southeast Head of NIDA, Dr. Nkem Momo, and Architect Okoro Leonard, representing the Southeast, the Nigeria Building and Road Research Institute. Let me quickly welcome here, although she's from Ghana, but she's our daughter. We love her. United Nations dynamic public servant, an amazing woman, UNDP representative to Nigeria. Let me welcome here, Miss Elsie Atafwa.
As a true daughter of the soil, I came in my akwete. And the akwete was given to me generously by Governor Oti. And I should say Governor Soludo also gave me my first akwete. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima GCON, Honorable Ministers, especially our Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo. Let me recognize our distinguished governors here, especially our host governor, Governor Mba, Governor Oti, Governor Soludo, Governor Nwifuru, Governor Uzodima represented here. All our leaders who are here, my very good friend Mark Okoye, and let me stand on existing protocols. I've been asked to do a keynote, so permit me, and I was given 15 minutes to do that, but I'll try to run through this very, very fast. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. This is not just another stakeholder forum. This is once in a generation planning moment. For the first time in Nigeria's development journey, regional development is being deliberately elevated as a pillar of national development. Through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Nigeria can plan, Nigeria can finance, and Nigeria can plan, Nigeria can finance, and Nigeria can deliver at scale through its regions. Let me try to segue a bit into what the region, why this matters for the region and the opportunities in Southeast. I know a number of people have spoken to that, and I might be preaching to the converted, but permit me to say a few words. Before we speak about planning horizons and institutions, we must be clear about what is at stake. The Southeast is not starting from zero. It is one of Nigeria's most distinctive economic regions built on enterprise, resilience, reinvestment, and competitiveness. It hosts one of the largest indigenous apprenticeship and mentorship systems in the world, an informal but powerful venture incubation model that has produced generations of manufacturers, generations of traders, and service entrepreneurs. It has one of the highest concentration. Am I using two speakers? Seems a bit loud, but I hope it's fine. It has one of the highest concentration of high net worth individuals in the country, many of whom built wealth through scalable trade and manufacturing and continue to reinvest through diaspora networks. Each state brings complementary strengths. Abia with Aba remains Nigeria's heartbeat of indigenous manufacturing. Anambra anchors industrial production in Newi and through Onitsha, backed by a globally connected diaspora. Enugu, and I met Governor Anambra yesterday, is an education and diaspora capital hub with strong potential in services, tourism, trade, and clean energy-enabled industry. Imo, strong also in services, hospitality, innovation economy. Ebonyi is positioning as a frontier for agribusiness and solid minerals. So for Nigeria as a whole, the Southeast represents a test case. Can indigenous enterprise be scaled into globally competitive industry? Can informal success be converted into structured and bankable growth? Can regional development become a driver of national productivity? Vision 2050 is the answer to that test. Vision 2050 will succeed if Southeast becomes not just a planning region, but a platform where public policy, private sector capital, and regional enterprise converge to drive Nigeria's next phase of growth. Now, let me now go a bit into what a 25-year regional vision truly entails. What should it entail? A 25-year regional vision is very different undertaken from a 3 to 5 year medium-term development plan. Across the world, we see a consistent pattern. Countries that succeed over long horizons do not just imagine the future. They engineer the path to get there. A credible long-term regional vision must do three things, difficult things, at once. First, it must balance aspiration with realism. Ambition without realism leads to disappointment. Realism without ambition leads to stagnation. The art of long-term planning lies in setting a direction that stretches capacity, while sequencing reforms and investments in a way that institutions can actually absorb. Two, it must outlive political cycle. A 25-year vision will span at least 6 or 7 electoral cycles. Without institutional anchors, it will fragment, stall, or be quietly abandoned. Third, it must translate vision into execution engines, not just sectoral chapters. Long-term plans that succeed are organized around how transformation will actually happen, not just what we want to see change. And we have seen experiences from different countries around that. Now, I was asked also to talk a bit about the world that we are in and the complex space that we find ourselves in. The world Nigeria and its regions must navigate. So as we talk about the 25-year plan, what is the world that we are in? Friends, Nigeria does not plan in isolation. We live in a world of deep uncertainty. Your Excellency, the Vice President, you were in Davos, and I'm sure that you saw what happened there. We live in a world of uncertainties. We live in a world where we see climate crisis is accelerating, whether it's desertification in the north in our country, flooding in the south. We live in a world where we are seeing demographic transformation. By 2050, 1 in every 4 people on earth will be African. Nigeria's population would exceed 400 million within the lifetime of this vision. That youth wealth can become a powerful engine of productivity or a source of deep instability. The world that we are in is also a world where technology is rewriting competitiveness. We're seeing the role of artificial intelligence. Everybody's investing in there. Automation, digital platforms. Nigeria is highly connected, yet the gap between connectivity and productivity remains wide. Regions that fail to close that gap will fall behind. And finally, we live in a world that increasingly minerals and geopolitics intersect. Lithium, cobalt, copper, rare earth are now strategic assets. And we see how everybody is running now to Africa trying to get a hold of some of these minerals. This is why long-term planning is no longer a luxury, it is a survival strategy. Not only for Southeast, not only for Nigeria, but as a daughter of the soil in Africa, it is also important for the region. So what have we learned? What have we learned very quickly? What have we learned? What are the global lessons we've learned across many spaces? And whether it's from Kenya's devolution, and I know Ambassador Pashmina is here, or to Rwanda, Malaysia, South Korea, Canada, Germany, parts of South Africa, and many parts, what have we learned about long-term planning? First of all, long-term plans work when they are built around delivery engines. Successful regions do not organize visions as long lists of sectors. They organize them around transformation engines, clusters of reforms, investments, and institutions that move together. Again, I don't have time to go into everything. I can give my paper later on, so I'm going through this very, very fast. What the implications are for Southeast is that the Vision 2050 must clearly define the engines that will drive transformation. Number two, institutions matter more than the quality of the plan. Across several successful regions, one lesson is unequivocal. Plans do not deliver. Institutions deliver. Whether it's in states here, South Africa's West Cape, Ethiopia's Oromia region, and many other parts of the world, long-term visions are anchored in permanent technical institutions that translate strategy into annual delivery. A vision survives when it's converted into routines. And again, I've talked about a number of them. Number three, spatial and cluster logic is the backbone of regional transformation. Again, successful regional plans around economic geography, not administrative boundaries. It's very, very important. They identify industrial clusters, logistic corridors, labor market, innovation hubs, and so on and so forth. Again, what we are hoping is that through this process, a practical step will be to translate this geography into 2 or 3 flagship regional products. Growth without broad-based inclusion does not translate into stability or confidence. This gap between policy progress and lived reality explains why many long-term plans lose momentum, not because ambition is lacking, but because plans are not often anchored deeply enough in regional economies, delivery institutions, and investment systems that shape jobs, income, and competitiveness on the ground. Now, these are not failures of leadership. They are systemic lessons, and they matter because they offer us clear guidance for Southeast as it embarks on the Vision 2050. So a few things on this as well. What are some of the African lessons that we must ensure that we take forward? We must move from spending authority to investment leadership. In many African settings, regions and states play a critical role in administering budget, yet have limited influence over how investments are structured, are sequenced, and scaled. That's something that we have to keep in mind for Southeast. Infrastructure, and I know it was mentioned earlier on, must serve production, not symbolism. Africa has invested heavily in infrastructure, roads, industrial parks, ports, airports. Yet, too often, these assets underperform because they are not sufficiently linked to production value chains, skills and human systems, reliable and affordable energy, and access to domestic, regional, and global markets. Again, this is an area that we should look into. Sequencing, again, I talked about that. Sequencing economies ahead of politics. without excluding anyone. The lesson here is not to choose economics over politics, but to sequence economics first so inclusion can be sustained. Again, institutions must outlast personalities and short-term finance limits long-term ambition. So as I try to wrap up, because I know that we have a lot in the day, there's a lot that we need to take forward. Southeast has a unique opportunity to convert these lessons into advantage. With its entrepreneurial base, diaspora capital, industrial clusters, universities, and trading networks, the region is well positioned to become Nigeria's leading platform for strategic investment and trade across many sectors. To seize these opportunities, economics must lead, not to weaken politics, but to strengthen it. And friends, excellencies, we have a short window. Nigeria's reform window. This is very timely, and we must be able to leverage that. Nigeria is currently at a rare and time-bound reform moment. Over the last 18 months, our president and vice president, the leaders of this country have undertaken some of the most far-reaching reforms on the continent of Africa. Whether it's on foreign exchange reforms, fuel subsidy, energy sector liberalization, fiscal autonomy, and many more. We must take advantage. The window is now. And the window is also narrowing. With the 2027 elections approaching, the real test of reform is no longer policy announcement, it is visible delivery. Jobs, energy access, productive enterprises, improved services. This is why regions and regional planning matter now. And again, we have the National Development Plan and other processes that are ongoing. And I want to conclude by saying that we have been, as the United Nations Development Program, benefited a lot in partnership with the Southeast Development Commission and our partners here. And I'm going to say a few things as I try to wrap up. For our Southeast partners, since we've been working on some of these things for some time now, I think there are 5 tests that we must all work together to meet as a collective. An institutional test, an economic geography test, a governance test, a financing test, and a learning test. And we want to say that we continue to support you in this endeavor. Now, how are we supporting as the United Nations Development Program, by extension, the United Nations family? We have repositioned our work not as a project implementer anymore, and confidence to focus where impact can be scaled. The Southeast has the assets. Nigeria has the reform window. What remains is the courage to execute deliberately and consistently. This is not the moment to produce another plan. It is the moment to build a regional legacy. The future will not happen by accident. It will happen by design and by disciplined, cutting-edge execution. Your Excellency, I speak passionately about this because I feel that in 20 years' time, we must not come back again to be developing a plan. We must not let our people be scrambling for and scrouching for the crumbs from the table when we are actually the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that's how a keynote address is delivered. Thank you. Never a dull moment with Ms. Atafua. Thank you so much. We will soon be getting to our governors, but at this juncture, would like to quickly recognize His Royal Majesty, Eze Dr. E.C. Okeke, CFR. He is the Chairman, Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers, and also Chairman, Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers. As we also recognize the ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria, yes. I'm speaking of His Excellency Isaac Parashina. Do I hear your applause for him? He was part of the thematic session on tourism, hospitality and creative economy yesterday. Thank you for your contributions. This might as well be a good time to remind you that you can keep this conversation going. We have our hashtags there, SEV2050, hashtag rebuilding legacy, hashtag renewed hope, and other relevant hashtags so that whatever contribution you leave can be traced, found, and of course used. On that note, we have received another Goodwill message. We know this one will happen really swiftly from the Speaker of the Federal House of Assembly, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, well represented here by represented by Honorable Professor Julius Ihobere. You're making your way already. We appreciate you, sir, for understanding how tough it is with us and time, which is why you will applaud him now as he makes his way on stage. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our own dear Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, our dear governors that are here, my colleagues from the National Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and honorable ministers, including my brother, Abubakar Momo. I'm here to represent Dr. Abbas Tajuddin, Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Unfortunately, he's held up somewhere and has asked me to deliver his address. But when I look at the time we have or we don't have, you permit me to deliver the speech to the organizers and just make a brief summary of this original speech. And I think some of the speakers before me have also dealt with some of the questions that Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas covers in his speech. First, he acknowledges the wonderful work being done by the governors of the Southeast and believes that the engine of change begins with a leadership that is focused, that is committed, that has vision and commitment to the people. And this is precisely what the governors are doing. Next, he also argues that in talking about infrastructural change and other technical matters that are critical, we must not fail to carry the people along. Ultimately, development is about the people. It is not about buildings. Those represent growth, your GDP, GNP per capita, and what have you. But the welfare of the ordinary person is critical to evaluating the progress being made in any society. He remarks that the role played by the legislators in ensuring the fruition, the signing into law of the SEDC Act must be acknowledged. From those before the present legislators, people like Emeka Wogu were there, they initiated this, it didn't work. People like Honorable Igariwe came in, take it up again, and concluded by people like working with the Deputy Speaker, our own dear brother, Benjamin Kalu, to ensure that this bill became law. Because when people neglect history, they make the mistakes of their forebears and blame it on history. History never repeats itself. People repeat the stupid mistakes of the past and blame it on history. And we must avoid that in the case of the SCDC, because our history strengthens us. It gives us commitment. Tajuddin Abbas also commits the House of Representatives, by implication the National Assembly, to continue to work with the Commission in whatever ways necessary to push the goals that are clearly laid out in the Act in terms of promoting not just infrastructural development, but also in building a holistic and sustainable environment for economic growth, peace, and progress. I want to identify Tajuddin's speech, with the comments made earlier on, that at the end of the day, people will judge us not by the amount of grammar we're able to reel out at any occasion, but by the difference we make in the lives of the people, in communities and constituencies, and the legacies that we leave behind, that will enrich the quality of life. I would like to stop at this point and thank the Vice President for taking the time to be with us here. We always admire his commitment to national progress, a true man of vision with a high sense of nation and a sense of mission. And I think it is this kind of leaders that our governors are also emulating, and that is why they are performing wonders. Luckily, these are governors I have known for a long time, so I'm not surprised, I'm not disappointed, and I will let the speaker know that their performances have been duly acknowledged here, and from the House of Representatives, they can count on us 100% anytime, any day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Julius Ihebere has been on this road for a long time. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is time to listen to our governors, the Excellencies, the men who are driving progress, development in all their states. And we'll kick it off very quickly. Representing the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, the governor of Imo State, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma, is the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly. I'd like to welcome here Mr. Chike Olembe.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, the governors of our dear Southeast region. Let me start by, please, because of want of time, I want to stand on protocol already established. So we don't forget that we are sitting here is because a man had made it possible for us to come together. Today, we had what we call Development Commission by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I want us to give him a standing ovation. Give him a standing ovation, the man who had made it possible. Thank you. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you. Your Excellencies, your brother, Senator Hope Uzodimma, is unavoidable absent. I bring you warm greetings from the government and good people of Imo State. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Imo State, whom I have the honor to represent today, I'm deeply pleased to be part of this historic gathering, the Southeast Vision 2050 Stakeholder Regional Forum. is not just another meeting. It is a defining moment in our collective journey as a people. It is a deliberate attempt to chart a shared future anchored on unity, strategic planning, economic resilience, sustainable development for the southeast region of our great country, Nigeria. Imo State firmly believe in this vision under the leadership of His Excellency Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Governor of Imo State. Our administration has consistently pursued policies that align with regional integration, economic diversification, infrastructural renewal, and human capital development. We see Southeast not as a five separate entity competing against one another, but as one economic bloc with shared strength, shared history, and shared destiny. As legislators, we in the Imo State House of Assembly reaffirm our commitment to providing the necessary legal and institutional support for policies and initiatives that advance regional development and economic cooperation. We stand ready to work with our counterpart across the Southeast to ensure that the Vision 2050 blueprint is not merely aspirational, but actual, measurable, and impactful. In conclusion, let me commend the leadership of Southeast Development Commission for this bold initiative and thank all stakeholders present for their dedication to the future of our region. History will judge us not by the elegance of our plan, but by the courage of our actions. May this forum mark beginning of a new era, an era where the Southeast speak with one voice, plan with one purpose, and move confidently towards future of peace, prosperity, and shared progress. Thank you, and may God bless you all, the leaders of Southeast Forum. Thank you.
Thank you too. Right Honorable Chike Olembe, Speaker, Imo State House of Assembly, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Imo State. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, a few days ago, the national grid collapsed. And somebody came on television and said, surely this will not happen in Abia and Abia State. Since he became governor, he has touched the lives of the people in the area of road construction, education, health, energy, agriculture, industrial growth, and security. He is the darling of governance in Nigeria. Welcome here, the governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you are giving me a sign. What do you want me to do? You want me to use this podium? All right. If you want to promote me, I'm not governor of Enugu State. All right, thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, the host governor, my friend and my brother, Dr. Peter Mba. Your Excellency, the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR. Your Excellency, the governor of Ebonyi State, Governor Nwifuru, the Speaker, Imo State House of Assembly, representing the governor of Imo State, the Speaker of the House of Reps, who is here represented by my teacher in the university. I'm revealing that a lot of people would not know, Professor Julius Ehambere. If you don't mind, I'll use you to reach out to other National Assembly leaders and members who are here. I'd like to use the Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment to reach out to all the ministers that are here and members of the Federal Executive Council. I'd like to use Chief Emeka Wogu, CON, the chairman of the Southeast Development Commission, to reach out to the management, board members, and everyone who is involved in arranging this sitting today. I'd like to recognize our traditional rulers, our fathers of faith, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm asked to speak on powering industrialization in the Southeast, the case for a regional energy strategy. I have the speech put together, but I'll try and paraphrase and shorten it so that I don't keep you here longer than necessary. I'd like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to everyone involved in the conception, planning, and the smooth takeoff of the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum for the brilliance of their efforts and the diligence in execution. Special commendations are due to the federal government for spearheading this timely and bold intervention through the Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Regional Development and Southeast Development Commission. May I take a moment to appreciate in a special way the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, for his resolute dedication to this project and for honoring us with his esteemed presence at this epoch-making event. I'm also want to acknowledge the generous commitments of my colleagues in the Southeast Governors Forum to the success of this grand initiative, which had been put together to bring relevant stakeholders to the table as we collectively set a new 50-year development trajectory for our region. It is fulfilling to observe that this project has secured the buy-in of major players in the public and private sectors in the zone. I'm also impressed that community and religious leaders, centers of learning and development partners are getting involved in the development conversations that efforts like this have engendered. This event, by the quality of debates and interest it has raised, over the last few weeks is already a success. And the reason is simple. The Southeast Vision 2050 has awoken a new consciousness amongst the different social and economic players in the region. Expectedly, the conversation has rightly shifted from the mundane to the sublime. It is no longer about the glory of individual states and communities, but the destiny of the collective. It is interesting to see that after a long run of missed opportunities, we are now turning our attention to the untapped potential that are bound in the region, and how we can begin to leverage the immense human and material resources across the land to create oceans of opportunities for our people. Naturally, we are an itinerant population. You will find our people all over the world doing great things, adding value to systems that embrace their ingenuity. The truth, however, is that we do not travel around the world for the fun of it. We are driven by the promise of new opportunities, the thrill of beating the odds, and the fulfillment that comes from going the whole distance to win. What we hope to achieve with this event and the engagements to follow is to create new streams of opportunities in the region for our army of young graduates, thinkers and innovators, skilled technicians, and the thousands of young people who troop out of this land every day in search of meaning. From where I stand, this program is connected to the evolution of the contemporary economic layouts on account of its orientation, but there is more. We have gathered to establish a pattern of engagement that will henceforth drive investment decisions by public and private sector economic agents. The aspiration is to return us to the trajectory set by the vision of our fathers like Dr. Michael Ihonokara Okpara and others who had the foresight to build structures and systems that have survived the passage of time and the evolution of technology. The emphasis will not just be on the theories and the dialectics of development, but on the pathway that will see us commit a certain share of our resources as governments and businesses to initiatives that improve the stock of our human capital and physical infrastructural layouts to carry the weight of our dreams. Abia, and Abia in particular, has seen the resurgence of hundreds of businesses that were hitherto moribund. Entrepreneurs who left the city several years ago are returning, and the real estate market. Thank you. And the real estate market is booming as individuals, households, and businesses struggle to reacquire property they once sold off in frustration for a pittance. What have we done differently in the last 2.5 years? Again, it will be simplistic to reduce our answer to just investments in road infrastructure or urban renewal, which are obvious and true. But the more profound way to look at it is to say that government built private sector confidence by creating an enterprise-friendly environment and governance. It may also interest us to note that the leading private sector player in Abia, and by extension the whole of the Southeast region, is a power infrastructure company called Geometric Power Limited, ABA. It took 20 years of hard work and hundreds of millions of dollars to deliver. And I'd like, on this note, to thank the Vice President who came personally February last year to commission the geometric power. Thank you so much, sir. The good news is that today, not only is Abia ring-fenced area independent and unaffected by whatever happens within the national grid, like the MC has said, the entire district sees more reliable and predictable power supply than most other places in the country. The assurance of steady power supply, far above the national average, the freedom to move without the limitations of bad roads and other sources of new infrastructure advantage have helped in resuscitating Abia's industrial tradition, with the extensive social and economic benefits that come with it, particularly job creation and the building of an expanded entrepreneurial base. Power is the foundation of industrial growth, and the modern Abia is proof that investments and higher enterprise outputs are functions of steady and predictable power supply. Agreed that it is expensive to generate and distribute electricity for domestic and industrial applications. The high cost in the final analysis is nothing compared to what the whole of society pays for the metaphorical and actual darkness that are guaranteed in the absence of reliable power supply. Over the years, the arguments amongst experts on the Nigerian energy conundrum has centered mostly around the subject of insufficient capital injection. But when you tabulate how much has been committed to this sector in the last 26 years by different administrations and compare the outlay to the results, you will agree with me that the challenge goes beyond money. Yes, one may blame official corruption, but as I have often pointed out, wrong diagnosis arising from simplistic assumptions can only lead us to a false conclusion. Corruption is a major obstacle to our development aspiration, but the real challenge oftentimes are behaviors and cultural tendencies many of us are either not prepared to see or perhaps understate the harm they inflict on the system. Talk about incompetence, for example. What can be more harmful to a system than having a body of incompetent decision makers driving institutional processes? How about the absence of a political will to make the right call? The challenge here is not dissimilar to the setbacks in other national development frontlines. But why the energy sector is critical is the simple reason that so much rests on it. At any rate, if we manage to get the energy outlook and pathway to sustainability right, multiple layers of opportunities will come alive. Jobs will be created in tens of millions, and ultimately, the appetite to travel around the world for economic expression and fulfillment will be moderated by the emergence of new opportunities here. In September last year, the Abia State mini-grid regulatory framework was signed into law to expand access to electricity for our people through a mix of conventional and new energy solutions. The overarching goal is to harness every resource at our disposal to extend the marvel of electricity to communities that are either poorly served or underserved. The framework protects investors and shields energy consumers from exploitation. Also last year, we acquired the distribution assets of Interstate Electric that are domiciled in Abia, outside the Abia Ringfest corridor. Thank you. The motivation for the acquisition is clear. We are determined to take our energy destiny in our own hands. Critical to our pursuit of a robust electricity market in Abia is setting up the Abia State Electricity Regulatory Authority, ASERA, last December, precisely on the 24th of December. ASERA took over regulatory responsibilities for the electricity market in the state from the National Electricity Regulatory Agency, NEC. So today, energy regulation is handled locally, effectively. Thank you. Effectively, the Abia State government is functionally involved in every layer of electricity value chain in the state. And our focus is not now, but on the long term, while we work on building stability in the short to medium term through investments in the broad spectrum of energy infrastructure, development of industrial relevant skill set, and incubation of strong institutions to drive system-wide sustainability. The long-term target is to set the stage for competent private sector entities to move in and drive the generation, transmission, and distribution layers of the industry. While the government restricts itself to regulatory activities, as I hinted earlier, the private sector will predictably rely on the government to do the heavy lifting through critical social investments and confidence building efforts. The private sector players, when the coast is clear, is sufficiently clear, can then step in to provide multiple layers of services and make decent profits. Nevertheless, I have to quickly sound the alarm bell that the market requires long-term players, not those with their eyes on short-term profit. Coming now to the region with its vast array of resources and the potential to attain energy sufficiency in the medium to long term, my recommendation will be the development of a broad energy industry strategy anchored on 3 connected approaches, namely resource identification and optimization, sustained investments in critical energy infrastructure, and adoption of the right market outlook. At the center of this model should be value creation, customer satisfaction, and fair deal for every stakeholder group. At the moment, we know that Imo State holds about the largest reserve of natural gas in West Africa, with experts estimating, that the size will be in trillions of cubic feet. In Abia, Imo, and Anambra, you find significant crude oil deposits. And here in Enugu and nearby Ebonyi State, large untapped deposits of coal exist. We also know that this region has extensive capacity for industrial energy production using solar vehicles, hydropower resources, and biomass. It has also been established that significant but untapped natural gas deposits exist in the Okwa West local government area of Abia State, especially around Owaza, where the Abia Industrial and Innovation Park is located. Evidently, we have enough resources to drive a comprehensive energy plan with a view to achieving optimal industrial output. At any rate, we also know that potential and reality are often worlds apart. It then follows that if the power resource potential of the region is to be fully harnessed, a deliberate plan must be put in place to make that happen. As I had earlier hinted, not much shall be achieved by just talking about these prospects, because talk, as they say, is cheap. What will help us instead is to undertake the building of a regional energy framework that prioritizes the development of an accurate resource dossier, which shall then be used as the foundation for holistic energy policy development and implementation. Other front lines of interconnected needs include technology acquisition, human resource development, partnerships, especially with the federal government agencies and international investment groups. These subsets of commitments within the energy resources identification and optimization outlook are not complex, but will require serious level of diligence and sincerity on the part of the participating shareholders to yield results. More fundamentally, an understanding of the entire value chain by the relevant actors will be necessary to guarantee project sustainability, as nothing should be left to chance. This is where the role of the private sector will be most prominent with respect to capital inflows, competence-based recruitment, and focus on driving stakeholder value across the entire spectrum. It may be difficult to make an accurate prediction, but I'm optimistic that if we play it right, the region could generate and successfully distribute between 10,000 and 15,000 megawatts of electricity over the next decade. Although I brought in elements of investments in the last section, I would like to talk about the importance of continuous investments in the energy sector with respect to infrastructure expansion and restoration, technology deployment and upgrades, and all other layers of support required to keep the system in continuous operation across the front lines of generation, transmission, and distribution. From power plants to overhead lines and towers, cables and transformers, to substations, feeders, and electricity meters, extensive financial commitments are required to initiate, expand, and sustain energy distribution systems across and within communities for domestic and industrial uses. The amount of funds required to change the energy landscape in the region will certainly not come from a single source. While my preferred model is to have governments step in to de-risk the entire outlay by providing institutional guarantees as we have done in Umuahia ring-fence zone. It is, however, important to add that as soon as system stability is assured, the government must quickly divest and let forward-looking investors move in and run the venture as a going concern. The prospect of orderly transition would boost the confidence of would-be investors and then create a community-wide awareness that electricity is a service that costs money to produce. This cost must be borne by the end users who are expected to pay market-determined rates that take cognizance of the production cost, expected shareholder returns, and the average consumer willingness to pay. Agreed that long-term investments will be driven in the main by the potential and actual profit prospect per unit of outlay. It is, however, obligatory that I re-emphasize my earlier position that the sector is not one for those with an eye on quick returns. What is, however, guaranteed is that under a stable regulatory and effective governance framework, as we are now proposing, those who invest will not only reap good returns in the long run, the value of their investments over time will more than compensate for the initial commitments. This is therefore a formal invitation to individuals and businesses with the resources to consider investing in the multiple value chains in the energy ecosystem for reasons of the extensive social and economic benefits. Let me just jump and go straight to my conclusive comments. There are a few more things I would like to say as I conclude. The first is to acknowledge that this event is coming at the right time. And I'm impressed that every relevant sector has been factored into the debate on what should be our priority as our people over the next 50 years. As I said in my lecture last week at the National Defense College in Abuja, the only way to drive institutional success in the new age of complex changes and fluid dynamics is to tie long-term expectations with everyday execution. What this demands is strategic leadership, and no less is required in driving the energy system strategy for the Southeast region. The next point of interest for me is to express sincere satisfaction with the development orientation of the Southeast leaders. This has been said here before. I understand that my assessment may be biased, considering that I am involved. But that is the common verdict of several observers who are not governors nor close to the corridors of power. Every state in the region, without exception, is witnessing great changes in its infrastructure and social services landscape. As a body of leaders, the Governors Forum in the region has united strongly against insecurity. You can see the impact in the peace and tranquility witnessed across several communities during the last Christmas celebration. Now, my promise from this podium is that we shall continue to prioritize collaboration over competition, because this is our land. And the only rational thing to do is to bring development to our people. Nothing more, nothing less. Lastly, I would like to assure us that proposals made here shall be considered painstakingly, because the interconnectedness of the critical development nodes, power is connected to industrialization, as we have exhaustively explained. But it is also connected to education, it's connected to health, security, and all other front lines of our lives in the age of technology and new consumer orientation. The expectation is that we shall make it a priority as leaders to see that the jinx of poor electricity supply is finally broken in the region. In Abia, I had already made arrangements to buy and wheel power to Umuahia from Geometric. So instead of Geometric sending its excess power of somewhere between 80 and 90 megawatts to the national grid, we will wield that power to Umuahia and give Umuahia reliable power supply. I also hold the view that there are multiple opportunities for collaboration, cooperation, and resource sharing. Hence, we get on the regional energy master plan. Now, what I mean by this is that it took geometric 20 years to produce first power. So my brother Peter does not have to spend 20 years to generate electricity in Enugu. We can expand geometric and wheel electricity to Enugu. And of course, Imo is at our backyard. Once you go through Werenta, you're already in Imo. So it is expandable. We can generate 1,000 megawatts from that 141 megawatts installed capacity today. All you need to do is to add gas turbines, and that's it, because the gas pipelines had been laid. It also has to be noted that there is no better way to set our people free from the limitations of poverty, unemployment, and economic desperation than by building an energy system framework that is enterprise-focused in outlook, service-driven in operations, and resilient to shock in structure. Nature has done its part by endowing us with the resources to bring forth light. Our long-term survival beyond the push to run off to far-flung corners of the world in search of opportunities is to create our own opportunities right here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I had steered discussions because I don't have the solution, this is just debate. If we have started the debate, then we would have succeeded. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Asking you to make it louder will be an overkill. You've done that already, but please give it up once again for the Governor of Abia State, His Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir. We shall move on really swiftly. I know his brother governors are ready to take the stage as well, which is why I would like to repeat something I believe will continue to feature in all the speeches we shall hear this afternoon. He said, collaboration over competition, cooperation over competition. If you remember what the acronym TEAM stands for, that's together, everyone achieves more. And that's what this is about. And we thank you again, the SEDC. We thank the President for for bringing hope to the Southeast region. Moving on very swiftly. We would like to quickly recognize, before we invite the next governor, a lady who probably needs no introduction. She has always graced our screens. She is an award-winning Nollywood actress and filmmaker. Please welcome, with resounding applause, Mrs. Stephanie Okereke Linus. Stephanie, we see you. Good to have you here. Just as we would like to recognize the Bishop of the Oka Catholic Diocese, Bishop Ezo Kafo. Yes, thank you very much. I had told my amazing co-compare to carry on with introducing, bringing up the governors. But being the amazing man he says, no, you carry on with the next. So I have a citation here, which I'll quickly read. Well, not a citation, just a brief introduction. And you ended by saying the solution is here. So you have an idea who I'm about to speak about. Professor Soludo is a first-class, you'll have ample time for that. He's a first-class economist and an authority on the subject of the Stakeholder Forum, planning. He chaired the drafting of Nigeria's National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy needs, which saw GDP growth averaging 7 to 8% per annum between 2003 and 2007 and was the basis for Nigeria's debt relief. Planned and delivered historic banking and financial reforms that gave Nigeria a new banking and financial system, and he was celebrated by the Financial Times London and Euromoney as the best central bank governor in the world, among over 160 of such awards. That deserves applause. Do I hear it? He chaired the drafting of the Financial System Strategy 2020, envisioned, planned, and founded the Africa Finance Corporation. He reviewed and advised on several of Nigeria's development plans, chaired Anambra's Vision 2070, a 50-year development plan. He was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide. He was previously consultant to 21 international financial and development institutions and has over 200 academic publications to his credit. As governor of Anambra, he has been in a haste to lay the foundation for the state's Vision 2070. The results in the 3 years plus have earned him dozens of national and international awards, and the people of Anambra recently re-elected him with an unprecedented 73% of the votes. Very much in order. The world previously knew Professor Soludo as a bold thinker and transformer, but in Anambra, they simply acknowledge that solution is here. On that note, I'd like to invite for his remarks the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR. Yes. Thank you for being here, Your Excellency. The stage is all yours. You have our attention. And we know the recurring decimal will always be collaboration as opposed to competition. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've got 50 pages of paper to deliver. So I'm going to speak until 7 p.m. today, so get your pillow. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, thank you and welcome to the Southeast. I know my landlord, my brother governor, will do that more adequately, but just to say welcome home. Your Excellencies, the host governor, my brother governor from Abia, Ebonyi, the Imo State, and all the other excellencies here, the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide. I have to acknowledge that. That's our own pillar. Honorable ministers, members of the National Assembly, our law, spiritual and temporal, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have been assigned, I can say, 2 topics. The first one I prepared, I have quite about almost 20 slides. The second one I saw on arrival here. Enterprise, innovation, and diaspora capital as drivers of a competitive Southeast. But after listening to all the presentations today, and having been through this road several times, and given the length of time already spent here today, I'm not going to waste more of your time. I will come down to a few specific nuggets just to re-emphasize a few things and just to keep us firmly focused on why we are here and the kind of output and plan that we expect. I want to particularly thank Elsie, UNDP, for that keynote address. That was wonderful. And I want to ask SADC, Mark and his team, to please pay attention to that particular keynote address, among others, and what my brother Governor Abia has given, Imo, and so on, several of the presentations, the ministers who spoke, and so on and so forth. Please take them to heart. Very, very important nuggets there. I have come. First is Goodwill message. To thank SEDC for organizing this. And second, to thank His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for finally giving to Ndigbo what we had clamored for decades, a Southeast Development Commission. It can appropriately be described as Ogogoa Ndigbo for this particular singular act. Just the first of it, we thank you immensely. And I'm very glad also to thank, I'm happy to thank also my colleague governors for everyone standing firm and together. A bold statement has been made today. Unlike what happened in the past, and I said it because I have been through this before. I was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Ndigbo, and we tried to do this. I had a committee of about 121 professionals from the Southeast in my committee, and we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song. Thank you very much, my colleagues. For me, as a product of the former East Central State, the current Southeast region was simply the former East Central State after the Civil War. I'm a product of that. I had my primary school in Ebonyi, the current Ebonyi now. It wasn't an Ebonyi state. I was taught by everyone. All my teachers come from the current 5 Southeast states. My primary one, Mr. Agowa, from the current Imo. Primary 2, Mr. Odo, from the current Ebonyi. Primary 3, Mrs. Mebrim, now Dr. Mrs. Mebrim, she's still alive, from Imo. Now primary 4, Mr. Ago, from Udi, from the current Enugu. Primary 5, from Mr. Ngokwa, from Ngwa, the current Abia. And primary 6, Chukwulozie, from the current Anambra. And my principal, my headmaster, was Mr. Aichineke from Ihiala, who was headmaster in Ebonyi. So, as a product of one region in my own eyes, as a child of former East Central State, I see one region with one agenda. One region, one agenda. And so, what I have chosen to do in a few minutes is for Mark and the team drafting this plan. I've actually just scribbled it. Planning for impact, mega trends and connecting the dots. Mega trends and connecting the dots. This is supposed to be a prelude to a planning, to producing a plan. And therefore, what we'll just do is to draw your attention to quite a few, just for emphasis. Several speakers have alluded to them. For the first point, there have been many plans, and there are still many plans. Is this going to be just another plan? You have the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. You have Renewed Hope Development Plan that will come, I think, 2026 to 2030. Every state has at least a plan. In Anambra, I chair the development of Vision 2070. We're talking about 2050 here. We have a 50-year development plan, and we have our own agenda spanning the duration of my tenure. I'm sure every state, I just read that Abia has a 25-year plan. I'm sure Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi all have one plan or the other. So the question then is, what will be the value added of this regional plan on top of the myriad of plans? What's going to be new? What's going to be different? Is this plan the one that will tell Enugu State how to fix Ovoko? I don't know. And so on and so forth. So, I mean, I'm just using that as an example. We have a lot of regional plans. I know the Dawn Commission. The NDDC is there. And I don't know any governor that bases his annual budget on the regional plans that we have had all over. Even the federal government, I would dare to say, several of the national development plans that I have seen, rarely do you have the federal government referencing those plans in the annual budgets. Not there. I'm just bringing us back to realism. And that's a point that Elsie did make about political cycles and the nature of planning in a democratic context. And so, why haven't these plans worked? That's a question that the drafting committee must answer. And as a starting point, my answer, short answer, is that technocrats often mistakenly believe that you can take politics out of policy. You plan for everybody, an invariant to political cycles, and then you come back and say they didn't sustain that. That was lack of continuity. And let me say, Mark and your colleagues, that it is easier to build regional consensus about regional physical and infrastructure planning than policies. We all have ours. And I would dare to say that every government, even when the change is within the same political party, you will find wide variations in policy direction. Take America, for example. Trump has literally opened most of the things that the Democrats did. And somebody will say, oh, lack of continuity, and so on. And of course, that's the nature of politics. People contest for elections with their own agenda, with which they bargain with the people and negotiate with the people, and they come into office to execute them. That somebody sat in one room and designed stuff can become some guide. And therefore, I ask, let us build all of this in the planning framework. Focus, focus, focus for impact. The kind of plan that will require will be broadly indicative rather than prescriptive. This planning will be a framework that focuses on de-risking investment in shared regional public goods. And this is where I ask you to focus. The kind of plan that will de-risk investments in shared regional public goods. And I will suggest a KISS framework. Keep it simple, stupid. Mark and colleagues, for measurable impact, the regional plan should add value to the various state and local government plans and not pretend to write a new plan which will largely decorate the shelves. I will urge you, as you write the plans, to focus at least 70% on what the Southeast Development Commission can deliver. What the Southeast Development Commission can deliver. and 30% perhaps on the miscellaneous as indicative guidance to states and local governments. Avoid the mistakes of the walls of NDDCs of this world, with their apologies to them, but I saw that it just went into all manner of micro interventions, boreholes, building, fencing schools, doing 1 kilometer to one politician's house or the other, and so on and so forth. Before you know it, you just derail and lose focus. And so for me, therefore, the question is, at the end of this plan, how would Ndigbo evaluate the usefulness and impact of SEDC and this plan? For me, Southeast has gone through 2 major wars. Nigeria, Biafra, and Civil War, 1967 to 70. And more recently, an internal war of self-destruction that has been on since 2021. After the Civil War, there was a promise of rehabilitation and reconstruction. But ladies and gentlemen, this is yet to happen. The Second War has imposed massive tax on production and massive financial and human capital flight from the region and destruction of infrastructure. Southeast going forward, and this plan coming timely, almost like in a post-war reconstruction mode. The 50-something years promise that never happened, and with the current one, with the governors working tirelessly to root out the criminals from our bushes and our streets, that our people had the best Christmas ever in this season, we are now in a post-war reconstruction mode. And therefore, SEDC must see itself as the instrument for execution of the equivalent, and this is my major proposal, for the execution of the equivalent of a Marshall Plan for the Southeast. What is a Marshall Plan? The Marshall Plan by the United States of America, named the European Recovery Plan, 1948 to 51, was a special reconstruction plan for 16 West European nations, including Germany. And as of 2024, it was estimated that that particular intervention by the US to reconstruct Europe was the equivalent of over $100 billion. And it aimed at rebuilding a war-torn Europe, especially its infrastructure and industry. And so, for this plan, focus, focus, focus. It should be, and roundly so, be Nigeria's Marshall Plan for the Southeast. That is the way I say it, and that's what it has to be impactful, to be measurable, and for us to deliver tangible results. And if you ask me, this plan should focus not on everything, because I've seen all manner of long list of it. Before you know, it becomes just another kind of plan, like Anambra's Vision 2070 document, or the Abia 25-year plan, or the other plans of the other states. No. Keep it simple, focused on few key deliverables. And I suggest 3 major planks of this. A, regional security framework and funding, including regional command and control center. Maybe we'll have this in Enugu here, as well as super drones to penetrate our forests, and so on and so forth. Southeast has suffered avoidable monumental losses due to self-inflicted insecurity and needs to change. For the first time in 5 years, well, finally, Onitsha main market is now open on Mondays. And I had to shop there on Monday. Number 2, security. That's the full architecture on its own. Because as man and as the private sector, MDUBA told us, peace, security is the foundation for everything else to happen. So we must invest in regional security, regional security. Number 2 is super interstate infrastructure. Here, I say regional railways and regional highways connecting major cities and state capitals. Regional railways and highways connecting major cities and state capitals. Then regional gas pipelines, stroke power plants, and river sea port. River or stroke seaport. When Mr. President visited Anambra on 8 May 2025, among other things, I requested for the inclusion of the Southeast in the National Rail and Gas Master Plan, as well as dredging of River Niger for the Onitsha River port to become operational. And he approved. He approved there on the spot. Now SEDC should follow up and make this happen soon, soon, soon. And the third pillar is the institutional framework to get this for coordination and collaboration, for peer learning and review based upon best practices and group action, with the SEDC or the Southeast Governors Forum, or perhaps some kind of a quasi-centralized political union of the 5 states to coordinate and collaborate. This is a conversation that the governors must have. In other words, put it simply, in today's world of technology, when you have some of these things doing, just ask ChatGPT, GPT. Ask it what is it that it will take for Southeast to move. Guess what? Listed just 3. ChatGPT. What is it? It said the 3 big changes that would genuinely flip the Southeast into a developed competitive region within a generation are, quote, regional economic integration and the integration of large common infrastructure, security and rule of law reset, and industrial and skills re-engineering from trading to making, end of quote. That's ChatGPT. So the plan is there. Just let us get it happen. So, from an economic point of view, the Southeast is already beyond the common market. It is a part of what we call in economics an economic and monetary union called Nigeria. An economic and monetary union is where you have a common currency, elimination of tariffs and trade barriers, free movement of goods and persons, common standards imposed by Standard Organization of Nigeria and NAFDAC, etc. When you have this, you already have a common market. But if you know, in our respective states, even in our respective states, there are places within the states that are not integrated because of lack of infrastructure to those places. We already have free movement of goods and persons across borders in the Southeast. So it is, economically speaking, a common market. But what is missing is a robust agenda to greatly lower the intrastate and intra-regional transaction costs and costs of doing business through massive infrastructure transformation and security cum rule of law. So give us this plan to deliver the Marshall Plan equivalent for the Southeast, and within 5 years, and in 25 years' time, 2050, Southeast will become Nigeria's sustainable economic powerhouse. There is a full section where I talk about connecting the dots, because Southeast is not an island. Economically speaking, the Southeast is an insignificant part of the national and global economy. Our wealth is largely outside of the Southeast, sadly. The world won't adjust to us. Rather, we will be largely impacted by the trends elsewhere, or we opportunistically position to take advantage of the headwinds around the world. So, I will suggest to you that as you do this plan, part of what will become guidance to us, as we do in terms of spatial planning, whether we what I mean spatial, I mean S-P-A-T-I, I don't know how is that spatial or spatial or however you call it. But all I know is I'm talking about the economic geography, as it were. Where will things place and so on and so forth. You got to look at the headwinds and the drawbacks around the world. We must, as a matter of fact, we need to do that. And I've listed quite about 9 of them, and I don't need to list them. You will know them. For example, for starters, and I repeat what else it did say about being focused in terms of objectives. Being measurable and achievable goals by balancing grandiose aspirations with realism. Informed by existing structural bottlenecks that limit scalability and investment, as well as rigorous assessment of the emerging opportunities. This we can speak about for hours. For example, I saw something put out there, 2050 you'll have a $1 trillion economy. Please, let's avoid those kind of grandiose numbers. Keep it real. For example, I will ask, this is a bit of what I know, just a very little about, and that is doing economic growth accounting framework that have informed the $1 trillion whatever thing. But let's keep this one real and keep it simple. I have outlined all those mega trends, 12 of them, and so on and so forth. But let me end by reiterating 1 or 2 points. First, on financing. Let's be clear. This plan that you are drawing will largely be funded by the federal government and the private sector. Let's be clear about it. It is the Marshall Plan and should be the Marshall Plan for the Southeast. It should be the Marshall Plan for the Southeast. We're expecting dedicated, focused, quantum resource in a short period of time. And we are hoping, Mr. President, before you leave office in 2031, the Southeast would have received full funding for its Marshall Plan. We should receive the full funding for the Marshall Plan. The European Marshall Plan was executed over how many? 1948 to 1951. Maybe a 4-year period. So, the next one, we expect that over the next 5 years, the full funding amounting to trillions or so will pour into the Southeast from the federal government. Of course, there are others about mixed financing. You asked me to talk about diaspora finance and all of those. I'm glad you have set up the equivalent of Anambra Development and Investment Commission, Corporation, and so on at the regional level to mobilize the other funding, stop green funds, and so on and so forth. But on our part as governors, we also collaborate and cooperate. We are the owners. We are the beneficiaries. For example, if you are doing your rail line tomorrow, the right of way, the states will have to provide the right of way. In Anambra, we hired the CPCS of Canada, and we've developed an internal rail master plan for Anambra, but now we are waiting for the funding, $1.something billion US, and I hope you are coming with that. We have other ways that we collaborate through strategic partnerships. States were doing dualizing highways that link to borders. If I take mine, I have taken one now from Abia to Uga to Akokwa, and the governor of Imo is taking it from there, going down. Strategically, if we link up and have the ones getting to Abia, I hope it takes over. The one getting to Enugu, it takes over from there. And so within a short period of time, we can collaborate and coordinate to build highways across the entire Southeast without waiting for anybody. We need to come together. We need to come together. And so the Southeast Governors Forum will be very, very instrumental in giving life to this program. But like I always say, not grammar again. I have seen many of these plans, dozens, less than 10% with impact. This one must not be another one. This is an agenda with a deadline, and speed is of essence. Give us the Marshall Plan for the Southeast, not too much grammar, no fancy graphs and charts or grandiose feel-good targets. What will a question most people in the Southeast are asking is, when will the rail line crisscross the Southeast? When will the gas pipeline crisscross the Southeast? When are we enabled, of course, with the power thing now being taken off the exclusive legislative list, I think all the states are working hard together. But we're looking forward to being able to synergize and pool resources together to develop regional frameworks. I think in conclusion, once you can get these things to happen, get one done. Don't give us 500-page plan. Give us a rail line. Don't give us 300-page plan. Give us a gas pipeline. Give us the highways. Fix the federal motor highways around Southeast. Invest in our security regional-wide. And then that's the only way the over 35 million Ndigbo will feel that this particular opportunity is not wasted. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's keep the applause going. He's making his way off stage. Thank you very much. We all heard it. In a few years, the Southeast will become Nigeria's sustainable economic powerhouse. And yes, we are optimistic about that. We now move from Anambra State to the salt of the nation, as I invite from Anambra State to the salt of the nation, as I invite a man whose leadership continues to deepen the foundations of development and unity in Ebonyi State. Yes, he took a bow and he's making his way off stage. I'm speaking of His Excellency, the Governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Obonna-Nweforo. Do I hear your applause? Yes, I do. Okay, that's more like it.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, the host governor of this great event, the governor of Enugu State, distinguished Excellencies, the governors from the southeastern Nigeria, let me stand on the protocol well established. It is my pleasure, and I felt very honored to address this historic Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, apparently first of its kind. I commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is ably represented in this great occasion by our dear brother, friend, a leader, an icon, the Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON. And I also commend the Managing Director and CEO of the Southeast Development Commission and members of the Southeast Development Commission for creating a platform that moves our discourse beyond diagnosis to solution, and truly solutions grounded in evidence, coordinated action, and shared commitment to prosperity of our dear region. This may address, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to us and to me this afternoon advances a regional development strategy anchored on agriculture and solid mineral as twin drivers of value-added industrialization. Drawing on development economics, regional integrations theory, and empirical lessons from the inter-industrializing economics, this address argues that Southeast can achieve food security, employment generation, and export competitiveness by raising productivity, deepening value chains, investing in shared infrastructure and energy, building skill and innovation system, and mobilizing patient capital through public and private partnership. The address also proposed actionable policy instruments, institutional arrangement, and safeguard for sustainable and inclusion under the Southeast Vision 2050 framework. The rationale for the regional strategy. The Southeast entrepreneurial culture, its dense human capital and resource endowment position the region for accelerated transformation. Sadly, fragmentations of markets and policies, under-industrializations and exposures to climate and microeconomic shocks constrains regions' growth. Not a sit-at-home order that are gradually phasing out as many apologetic have misconstrued. I think these are the reasons this discourse is apt and timely. The moment therefore called for a regional compact, one that aligned agriculture and solid mineral. I'm talking about my area of strength as the governor of Ebonyi State. With manufacturing, logistics, and services for the region's best interests, I am very happy that governors are here because analytical framework structure of transformation and regional industrial policies begins and stop on their table. These structural transformations entails relocating labor and capitals from low productivity activities to high productivity manufacturing and modern services. This will ensure productivity growth through technology adoption and scale. Also, value addition via processing and manufacturing cluster, market integrations with efficient logistics and standards, institutions and coordinations that reduce uncertainty and transaction costs, inclusions and sustainability to ensure political and social durability are very critical pathway. Suffice it then to say that an agro and solid minerals-led pathway align with enabling backward and forward leakage across the regional economy. How do we feed the Southeast? How do we feed the Southeast in the national in question? These are the questions that only Ebonyi can answer. With empirical context and available regional statistics and data, agriculture remains a major employer in the Southeast, engaging an estimated 30 to 40% of the regional labor force, yet contributing a disproportionately lower share to regional GDP due to low productivities and limited processing facilities. Post-harvesting losses in staples such as rice, cassava, fruit, and vegetable are estimated to range between 20 to 45%, reflecting gaps in storage, processing, and logistics. These losses represent foregone incomes, wasted water and energy, and the higher food prices for households. This is the narrative Ebonyi, under my watch, has fought against. We have reactivated various agencies, ADA, Agricultural Land Development Agency, Ebonyi State Agricultural Development Program, because the GMD Zenith Bank, GMD UBA Bank talks about what we can do for the corporate organization. We have a land, we have a programs, and we have prepared our land for your investment. Procured tractors and other farm implements, this has become a major boost to agriculture in Ebonyi State, for instance. We are deliberate in revamping agriculture. This step is informing by our understanding that food demand in the Southeast is rising rapidly due to the population growth, urbanization, and changing diets. Therefore, without deliberate investment in productivities and agro-processing, the region risks deepening food import dependency and inflationary pressure. Conversely, closing yield gaps and processing deficit could generate hundreds of thousands of jobs across farming, logistics, packaging, and manufacturing. The Abakaliki rice, which you all know, has undergone serious modernization, including its management of a whole. The hard truth is that the region can comfortably feed herself independent of other regions. This is not to argue against state independence, not at all. The Southeast agroecology supports rice, cassava, yam, maize, oil palm, vegetable, fruits, poultry, aquaculture, and livestock. And the Ebonyi State offers a practical case study in leveraging comparative advantage through targeted investment in irrigations, which is being worked on by our dear government. Improved seedling, rural access roads covering over 2,000 kilometers, crisscrossing the 13 local government area, has been revitalized. The revival and the improvement of our rice mills capacity, Ebonyi has strengthened its position as a rice-producing hub. Demonstrating how hub national policy focus can crowd in private processors and traders. We, with the Ebonyi experiment successfully conducted, it means when government de-risk productions through infrastructure and extension services, the people expand with processing, storage, and market integration. This is why everyone is talking about Abakaliki rice today, from 1940. More so, priority interventions to drive this vision must include land administration reform, improved seed system, fertilizer blending tailored to soil profiles, mechanizations and irrigation, extension services enhanced. Evidence suggests that even modest productivity gains of 20 to 30% can significantly lower food price and raise rural incomes when combined with access to markets. The case of Ada and Ebadept mentioned earlier are steps we have taken and believe strongly it should be mass-heard across the region. As leaders, we must recognize that food security is inseparable from processing capacity. And so clustered agro-industrial parks should be created. We are making frantic efforts to fully automate the issue of farm, possibly before we draw the curtains of our first term in office. This, if finally commenced and completed, will process agro-value chain, cassava starch and ethanol plants, oil palm refinery, and oleochemicals, fruits and vegetables cold chain, feed mill, hatchery, and protein processing facilities. We are also linking communities geographically and politically, sociologically connected, kith and kin in Oju local government area of Benue State. There we are doing about 210-meter bridge linking us to Oju local government area for Ebonyi State. The integration of rice productions with mining, packaging, and regional distributions illustrates how value chain coordinations multiply employment and fiscal revenue. I recommend this Ebonyi model to all of us in this region. In the area of solid mineral, another edge of the regions as it actualizes East Vision 2050 is the huge deposit of solid mineral. The Southeast hosts commercially viable deposit of lead, zinc, limestone, gemstone, gypsum, salts, granite, and other industrial minerals. Naturally, or nationally, the solid mineral sector contributes less than, nationally, the solid mineral contributes less than 1% of the GDP, despite Nigeria's vast reserves. This highlights an enormous opportunity for value creations through formalization and downstream processing. For the Southeast, mineral linked to constructions and agro inputs are particularly strategic. This is what we have done in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State is richly endowed with lead, zinc, limestone, soil, and granite. Historically, these resources were extracted in artisanal and informal ways, thus yielding limited public revenue and significantly environmental risk. Under investor screening, community engagement, and environmental standards, with the explicit goal of linking extractions to local processing. This is our wish, but temporarily encumbered, given that licensing is an exclusive preserved of the federal government, who is responsible for giving license to extractors. Our roadmap is anchored on the strategic vision of establishing at least a cement factory for the state once the Nkalegu cement factory is now rested. This will be done before we draw the curtain of our second term in 2031 by the special grace of God. We are actualizing this vision because of our proximity to cement raw materials, limestone and gypsum. Additionally, we are working towards processing lead, zinc, to feed metal fabrications and salt resources to supply food processing and chemical industries. This approach transforms minerals from isolated extraction points into anchors of industrial ecosystem. Of course, it is in public domain that local beneficiation, crushing, mining, smelting, and fabrications all retains values and skills within the region. So when construction materials are sourced locally, infrastructure costs fall, project delivering accelerated, and physical multipliers rise. Roads, housing estates, industrial park, and social infrastructure built with regional inputs reinforce a virtuous cycle of demand, employment, and reinvestment. These are factors we must collaboratively leverage on. Industrialization requires reliable power and efficient logistics. And I'm happy my dear brother and governor of Abia State has dealt with that very, very dearly. And I appreciate you. I will still consult you on what to do when it comes to power in my dear state. A regional plan should diversify energy, gas, solar, rehabilitations, roads, warehouses, and expand the brown band to enable smart agriculture and advanced manufacturing. To ensure the success of this vision, we must also understand that transformation is purpose-driven, and it must include alignment with the priority value chain, dual trainings and apprenticeship, innovation hubs in agri-tech, material sciences, and manufacturing, and dedicated financing windows for youth and women-led enterprises. As government, we must catalyze, not crowd out, private investment. How? We must continue to include blended finance, development guarantees for SMEs, regional project preparations facilities, diaspora capital mobilizations, and predictable regulation in our various states' agenda. This is because a strengthened regional coordinations mechanism must prioritize projects, harmonize policies, and ensure accountability. Vision 2050, we must be bold and courageous enough to admit required measurable targets, transparent dashboards, independent evaluation, and adaptive learning to correct to correct and scale what works. In conclusion, distinguished stakeholders, Vision 2050 must be more than an aspirational timeline like we had in Vision 2020. It must become a blending regional commitment anchored in policy continuity, measurable targets, and collective accountability across various sectors, even the religious actors in our region. I say this because feeding and building the Southeast through agro and soil-led mineral-led industrialization is not an abstract ideal. It is an achievable development pathway grounded in our land, our resources, and our people. Therefore, from the rice field of Ebonyi State to the oil palm belt of the Southeast, from our quarries and mineral deposits to our construction sites and other places, the message is clear, and it should be re-echoed at all times that what we produce, we must process. What we extract, we must industrialize. And what we build, we must sustain. Recommendation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As governor of Ebonyi State Southeast Geopolitical Zone, I hereby affirmed a Vision 2050 regional pledge on behalf of the government of Ebonyi State to prioritize agriculture and solid minerals as strategic input for industrial growth, not as ends in themselves. To invest in shared regional infrastructure, energy transport, logistics, and digital systems that lower costs and rise competitiveness. To place the youth, women, and skill development at the center of our industrial strategy. To uphold environmental stewardship, community participations, and social inclusion as non-negotiable pillar of development. To work with sister states, the private sector, academia, media, and development partners to industrialize regional coordination beyond political circle. I call on fellow governors of the southeastern Nigeria, especially many are here, legislators, traditional institutions, our leaders, investors, scholars, and other enterprising youths to adopt this pledge not as a rhetoric, but as a regional development compass. And if we act with unity of purpose, discipline of policy, and courage of execution, the Southeast will, by 2050, stand as a region that feeds itself, build with its own resources, employ its youth, and compete confidently with Nigeria and the global economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. His Excellency Right Honorable Francis Winfuru, he is from the salt of the nation, and his presentation has sweetened what we are doing here today. Can we give him another round of applause, please? I'd like to welcome Honorable Gumba Uchewosu, former Chief of Staff to the Governor of Imo State, and Honorable Erondo Uchenna Erondo Jr., Member, Abia State House of Assembly. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have traveled to 4 states of the Southeast. It's now important we begin to head home. And home is here.
Sure.
You know, the governor of the state don't mind the noise around. They love him. If a man has given them 800 kilometers of road, over 260 farm estates, smart schools, combining a vision, wisdom, Please welcome here the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The day is fast spent. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, I warmly welcome you to what can be described also as your home state. Your Excellency has continually identified with us, not just as a state, but also as a region. You have not only identified with us in form, look at the way you are dressed, showing that you are one of us. You have also identified with us in substance. You've shown dedication, you've shown commitment to anything that concerns the Southeast. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Nwifuru. Your Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma C. Soludo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti. Your Excellency, the Governor of Imo State, ably represented by the Speaker of Imo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Chike Olembe. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Leader of the House, Professor Julius Inhombere. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, ably represented by Professor Paul Nnamchi. The High Commissioner of Kenya, here with us, His Excellency Isaac Parashima, the Chairman of the Southeast Development Commission, Chief Emeka Nwogu. I also want to recognize our distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives that are here, both current and former. The Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwolu, the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Bianca Odimegwu Ojukwu, the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Ude, SAN. the Managing Director, Southeast Development Commission, Mark Okoye, the UNDP resident representatives in Nigeria, Elsie Atafua, the executive members of the Southeast Development Commission, and I also want to recognize the board members, the executives, and the management of all the other regional development commissions that are here with us today. Please, I want to recognize and acknowledge your presence here. The President General Ohaneze Ndigbo, Senator John Azuta Mbata, the Catholic Bishop of Awka Diocese, His Lordship Most Reverend Paulinus Eze Okafor, the Chairman of Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, His Royal Majesty Igwe Samuel Asadu. We have the principal officers and members of Enugu State House of Assembly, heads of security agencies here with us today, revered royal fathers, federal permanent secretaries here with us, the senior special assistants to the president, the senior special assistant to the president on regional development programs, the chairman, deputy chairman of various local governments that are here with us, heads of commissions, boards, institutions, agencies, and parastatals, captains of industries, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the historic city of Enugu, a fitting venue for this forum. I welcome you to a conversation that is no longer optional. I am honored to host you here for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum. Indeed, coming barely 1 week after the signing of the concessioning agreement of the Akano-Ibiam International Airport. And I think it's important to put this in context because this is quite significant. We are here to talk about regional development. And one of the key enablers of regional development is access, movement. And my colleague from Anambra had said so much about the importance of building a common market or a unified market, which, by the way, is what I've been asked to do here today, to reimagine Southeast as a unified economic bloc. So you would understand that because I've been asked to provoke our thoughts, to interrogate the status quo, to interrogate the way we have planned, the way we have executed. So I'm going to resist the temptation of talking about the interventions we've made in Enugu as a state, because I've been asked to reimagine how we can think beyond the boundaries of our state. So I'm going to be talking more about how we are stronger as a region. So I commend, thank you. I commend the Southeast Development Commission for the intellectual rigor and institutional foresight behind this initiative. I appreciate the collaboration of the Ministry of Regional Development and the Office of the Vice President, whose involvement firmly situates this conversation within Nigeria's national development framework. I warmly acknowledge His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, for honoring this forum in accepting to declare it open. Your Excellency, your presence here today reinforces the principle that regional development thrives best when it is nationally enabled and institutionally supported. Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, under whose watch Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance. The creation and strengthening of regional development commissions is a strategic signal that development must be territorially inclusive and economically rational. For the Southeast, this is very significant. It reflects a federal posture that recognizes the region not merely as a political county, but as a critical economic and human asset to Nigeria. The President's approach provides the policy space and the institutional backing for the Southeast to plan long-term, invest smartly, and integrate effectively into national growth priorities. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me, from the start, state that this gathering here today is not to decorate documents, and we also did not gather here to produce another communique that looks impressive but changes nothing. I am here to invite you to a bold reimagining of the Southeast as a unified economic bloc. For too long, we have looked at our 5 states as individual islands. But the era of the solitary parts is over. Today, I propose the birth of the Southeast Common Market, a bold, borderless unification of our commerce, our talent, and our industrial grit by fusing our 5 distinct economies into one powerhouse. We're no longer just negotiating for a seat at the table. We're actually building the tables ourselves. This is more than a policy shift. It is the awakening of an economic giant, transforming the Southeast into a single, seamless theater of enterprise, where our shared heritage fuels our collective prosperity. Across the world, the rules of prosperity are changing. The global economy is being reorganized by technology, by climate pressure, by supply chain realignment, by capital that now moves faster than politics, and by competition that punishes delay. The world is entering a new era where those who can organize themselves, integrate their markets, and build systems at scale will rise. Those who cannot will remain consumers of other people's added value. So today, I want to propose a simple premise. If we want to have a different future, we must build a different system. And a different system begins with a change in how we think. That begins with one decision here in this hall, a decision to change our thinking and undertake a total reimagining of what is possible for the Southeast. We need to interrogate the status quo. This region has a long memory, long before modern borders. And my brother Chukwuma has spoken so well about how is he typifies that, that borderless region. Talked about how he became formed by people from different states, and which was once referred to as the Eastern region. Our people understood cooperation not as sentiment, but as logic. Trade moved across communities, skills traveled, markets connected producers and buyers across distances. Identity was common, and our purpose was shared. No one waited for permission to collaborate, because collaboration was how life worked. That instinct did not disappear, but it was interrupted by the creation of separate administrative states. Today, we feel the consequences. We are culturally aligned, but structurally fragmented. Energetic, but underscaled. Ambitious, but often operating below our collective potential. That fragmentation is no longer a historic footnote. It has become a present-day constraint. The world we are operating in now is unforgiving of disconnection and lack of unity. The global economy does not reward isolated effort. It rewards regions that can coordinate infrastructure, align skills with industry, move goods efficiently, mobilize capital at scale, and present a clear, credible proposition to investors and their own people. Nigeria itself is under pressure to make this transition, where challenge, youth unemployment, security challenges, fiscal constraints are forcing us to do the reckoning. And you can see the bold initiative of the renewed hope, the initiative that has seen our macro pressures easing off and doing what, if you look at the macro indicators, were largely stabilized. And now there is a serious work going on to get those benefits, those achievements we have at the macro indicator level percolate at the micro level, at the household level, and the president and his team are working tirelessly to accomplish that. So we can see that the bold policies of this administration is yielding visible progress and tangible results. And within that national system, every region must now answer a hard question. How do we contribute to growth? The president has a target of a 1 trillion economy by 2030. That is not going to come from top bottom. It's going to be built from the peripheral. It's going to come from the subnationals. And it will not happen at scale if we don't integrate on a regional basis. And that is why this is very important. The Southeast cannot answer that question by acting as 5 parallel actors. We see the cost already, even if it arrives quietly. Our young people are not living because they lack pride. They are living because they lack system that can hold their ambition. Businesses grow but struggle to scale beyond narrow limits. Investors circle but hesitate. Inefficiency fills the gaps that coordination should have closed. Imagine a Southeast where we have Build Unicorn, where we have great startups, where we have these unicorn headquartered here. Imagine a Southeast where we have companies that are listed in the stock exchange headquartered here. Imagine a Southeast that has its own stock exchange. So that has to happen by scaling. This is not an overnight failure, and it's not always obvious. Some may not feel the pinch, while others starve. But make no mistake, it is quiet stagnation through fragmentation. Left unchecked, it becomes the death bell of a region and its culture. The Southeast Vision 2050 is not another layer of democracy. It is not a replacement for state leadership. It is not an instrument to help us solve problems that no single state can solve alone. Systems thinking teaches us something important. Strength does not come from conformity. It comes from intelligent connection. The human body does not work because every organ is the same. It works because different organs are coordinated through a common nervous system. When those connections fail, even the strongest parts are weakened. The Southeast does not need to erase its differences. It needs to organize them. And the Southeast Development Commission can help us coexist and make this region function as a coherent economic space. So, how do we step from vision to execution? If this forum is to mean anything, it must mark the transition from agreement in principle to action in sequence. Not everything can be built at once, but the direction must be set clearly, and the first steps must begin immediately. First, we must commit, by the time we leave this event, to a region-wide feasibility and project preparation phase. And I'm not talking about those that had existed, and as my brother from Anambra had indicated, we have quite a lot of these documents. But that's not what we're here today to do. We're talking about producing documents that would give us implementation timelines. So we have a strategic framework of action. We know clearly when we start what, when we end it, and what the outcomes are. We know who the actors are. We know what the fund implication is. So this is what thank you very much. From the day we leave this hall, resources should be allocated to research and develop an initial set of bankable cross-state projects, beginning, of course, with studies that answer hard questions around cost, sequencing, and delivery. Second, we must begin with logistics and connectivity, because economies do not integrate on paper. They integrate through movement. The Southeast needs its first deliberately designed interstate logistic corridors, road, rail, inland waterway hubs, and multimodal system that allow goods, people, and services to move seamlessly across state lines. These are not prestigious projects. They are productivity. Infrastructure and they must be planned and contracted as regional assets, not just state trophies. Third, security must be treated as regional infrastructure. Criminal networks do not respect boundaries, and neither should our response. Criminals in the zone should be ring-fenced, so they don't simply find sanctuary elsewhere once dislodged from one neighboring state. We must commit to enhanced cross-regional security coordination, shared intelligence, interoperable communication, and a centralized information and response hub that allows state security architectures and federal agencies to act as one system. Safety is not just a social good. It is a precondition for investment and everyday economic life. And fourth, we must align the rules of engagement, investment processes, regulatory expectations, and dispute resolution, so that the Southeast presents a coherent face to capital, enterprise, and its own citizens. Complexity discourages participation. Predictability enables growth. These are the first moves. They are achievable if we decide collectively to treat the region as a unit of execution. Initially, the true cause will be revealed in our inability to embrace a different mindset. We must be willing to engage honestly with the dialogue around change. We must balance personal priorities with a system-thinking approach. For too long, collaboration has been treated as a courtesy rather than a necessity. Regional thinking has been aspirational rather than operational. We agree in principle, but retreat into familiar silos when decisions become difficult. A region that remains busy, talented, culturally alive, but increasingly peripheral to where value is created. A region that exports people instead of products. A region whose children learn to measure success by the distance they've traveled, not value built at home. We must interrogate those. That region is now offering a future worthy of its people. So this forum must mark a shift from conversation to commitment. Again, make no mistake, there will be obstacles, old habits, political friction, personal differences, impatience, sometimes, for quick wins, skepticism born out of past disappointment. We should not underestimate these challenges, but we must also be clear-eyed about the alternative. Nothing we will encounter by trying to change this system will be more damaging than leaving it as it is. So the question before us is not whether this is difficult. It is whether we are prepared to do what difficulty demands. Before we leave this hall, we must be able to say, practically, what comes next, how coordination will work, how priorities will be sequenced, how accountability will be shared, how momentum will be protected. Because the future of the Southeast will not be shaped by the quality of language we used here today, but by the discipline of our actions tomorrow. So let me end where I began. This region has never lacked energy. It has never lacked ambition. It has never lacked talent. What it has lacked until now is a shared strong enough to hold those strengths together. A shared purpose strong enough to hold our strength together. Vision 2050 is now our chance to build that system as a framework for action. Not for someday, but starting now. So let us leave this forum. Thank you. So let us leave this forum with a clear commitment to fund and begin regional feasibility work immediately, to prioritize interstate logistics as the backbone of integration, to coordinate security as a shared regional responsibility, and to align our institution around execution, not rivalry. This is about more than relevance. It is about survival. It is about ensuring that in a rapidly changing Nigeria and a competitive world, the Southeast is not left managing decline, but building its prosperity. That responsibility sits with us. We carry on our shoulders the enormous weight of history. And history will not ask what we said in this room. It will ask what we did when we left here. And I think I couldn't have said it better than Elsie. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. God bless the Southeast. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, as indigenes and residents of Enugu, you have every right to dance. You have a wonderful governor in this man. You know, at a point in the speech, I thought he was a poet because the language juxtaposition is not that of a lawyer. Let's put our hands together one more time. Thank you. Well, if he's a poet, the next speaker is a philosopher poet. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is a friend of the Southeast. He's our Vice President. Please welcome here His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON.
Kindly take your seats, please. Kindly take your seats, please. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Imo kwenu. Ebonyi kwenu. Anambra kwenu. Abia kwenu. Enugu kwenu. Igbo okezu Enugu. First of all, I want to slightly deeper on the estimation presented by His Excellency Professor Chukwuma Soludo. The Ndigbo population is more than 35 million. Because there are more Ndigbo in diaspora than in the homeland. The largest voting bloc in Lagos, after the Yorubas, are the Ndigbos. You cannot win election in Surulere, in Pestac, in Amo Odopin, in so many communities, in Ojo, without the Igbo vote. And this lady is a Lagosian and she can bear testimony to the power of the Igbo vote. And in Abuja, the Igbos are the single largest voting bloc. So you cannot even confine the Igbos to the 5 southeastern states. In Igala, Mela, Ododu local government area of Kogi state, and also in Ibaji, there are resident Igbos, Igbo-speaking indigenes of Kogi state. So also in Obi and Oju local government areas of Benue State. If you find him in New Zealand, anyone bearing Chibuike Amechi or Nyesom Wike, he can claim to be an Ikwere man, but even in Greenland, Nyesom Wike is an Igbo man. Ipianyu Okowa, he can call himself an Ikaman. Or Godwin Ipianyu Chuku Emepele can call himself an Ikaman. But anywhere you find someone bearing Ipianyu Chuku or Ipianyu, even in the North Arctic, that person is an Igbo man. Our host, the executive governor of Enugu State, my brother, Dr. Peter Ndubuisi Mba. My brother, the governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti. Our erudite governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR. And my disciplinarian governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Ogbonna Nwipuru. And the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, representing Governor Hope Uzodimma. The Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, ably represented by Professor Julius Yombere, the majority leader of the House of Representatives. And I want to use you to appreciate and recognize all members of the National Assembly, former and present. The Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduole, the Honorable Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, SAN. And if there is anyone close to Igbo royalty, there is none closer to her. She is the daughter of former Governor Sisi Ono and the widow of Dim Yukwemeka Odumegu Ojuko. Excellency Bianca Ono, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. senior presidential aides present here, members of the diplomatic corps, the High Commissioner of Kenya to Nigeria, the chairman of the board of SEDC, Dr. Emeka Nwogu, the young but dynamic managing director, Mr. Mark Okoye, our royal fathers, the Catholic Archbishop of Awka, Most Reverend Paulinus Ide Okapo, and other clergymen present here. President General, I can't dare to forget you, of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Senator John Azuta Mbata, members of the Enugu State House of Assembly, captains of industry, members of the Fourth Estate of the Rim, our distinguished personalities, too numerous to mention, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Southeast had never had it so good. The building we are in was started 20 years ago by former Governor Chimaroke Nnamani. It was completed during the tenure of Dr. Peter Mbaka. When he assumed the mantle of leadership, Enugu was getting 2 to 3 million liters of water per day. He swung into action as a proactive person. And now Enugu is being supplied with 120 million liters of oil of water per day. Beyond that, his Smart School initiative is a beauty to behold because education is the greatest labor. On a Monday, I was in Abia, where I commissioned so many road projects, the hospital road, the market road. Abia used to be a super slum, a very big slum. Incidentally, a son of the soil was a governor for 8 years. You are from the Umehim village of Umuru. You are a villager, but you were able to add value to Abia and to Umahia. We are very proud of you, Governor Alex Otti. When there was a crisis about a week ago in Amasiri and also other communities in Ebonyi State, where we lost 5 lives, the governor swung into action, suspended political leaders from those communities, sanctioned traditional rulers from those communities. This is called leadership. Leadership is about taking decisions. Right Honorable Francis Ogbonna Nweperu, we are mightily proud of you. And of course, there is one person who is almost an aberration. He is an abnormality. He has a penchant for piercing the bull head on. It was a make or mar battle. There were genuine grievances in this house, there's no doubt about it. Senator Mbata has highlighted it. But when criminality takes over, it makes a mincemeat of legitimate aspirations of the people. And this aberration of a man, he rose to the challenge of leadership. He called up the bluff of the criminal elements in Anambra State. Locally, he succeeded, and the Onitsha main market is now open for business on Mondays. Leadership is crucial, and honestly, I'm not playing to the gallery. In Imo, Governor Hope Uzodimma is investing heavily in infrastructure. The South is quality, the quality of leadership, the cohort that are currently ruling. In the Southeast of region, we have never had it so good. As Martin Luther King said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands at times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This gentleman rose to the challenge of leadership. And we have to own it up. We cannot afford to play the ostrich. Martin Niemöller, a German Lutheran pastor and theologian, once said, they came was a socialist, and I did not talk because I was not a socialist. They came for the trade unionists, and I did not talk because I was not a trade unionist. They came for the Jew, and I did not talk because I was not a Jew. They came for me, and there was no one to stand for me. We have to be our brother's keeper. We have to stand for each other. As John Donne, the philosopher, said, neighbors, I am involved in mankind. Never sent to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. So the South African concept of Ubuntu, we need to actually internalize and practice it in this part of the world. And the Igbos, Alimos Rui called them the Nigerian Jews, geographically mobile, economically enterprising, and educationally ambitious. You are the hope of the black man, but you have to rise to your full potential. And this cohort of governors will see our dream come to reality. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast has long occupied a distinctive place in Nigeria's industrial and commercial imagination. It is a region defined not only by memory, but by motion. It is shaped by industry, resilience, ingenuity, and enterprise. Across generations, the good people of the Southeast have shown an uncommon ability to create value where others see impossibilities, to innovate under pressure, and to compete with confidence far beyond their immediate environment. It is therefore no surprise that we gather here today to witness a region preparing itself for a changing world, one increasingly defined not only by the strength of ideas, but by the power of invention. I commend the Southeast Development Commission, the Federal Ministry of Regional Development, the governments of the 5 Southeast states, and all our partners for convening this important gathering. This forum reflects foresight, responsibility, and a shared understanding that the future is not something we wait for, but something we must deliberately design. I am also mindful that this meeting is taking place at a moment of mixed emotions in the Southeast. There is hope, and there is also anxiety. There is reflection, and there is also expectation. History teaches us that it is precisely at such moments that dialogue becomes indispensable. Planning becomes urgent, and leadership must be steady rather than loud. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me state this without ambiguity. The Southeast matters deeply to this administration. Not as an afterthought, not as a concession, but as a central pillar of Nigeria's economic future. What we are doing here today is not an exercise in rediscovering potential. That potential is already evident. What matters now is how we organize it, how we structure it, and how we align it with long-term national development goals through coordinated action. This is why Vision 2050 matters. This projection is an invitation to think beyond electoral immediacy, beyond reactive governance, and beyond short-term fixes that deliver headlines but not progress. It asks us to look 25 years ahead and answer difficult but necessary questions. What kind of Southeast do we intend to build? What infrastructure must we start delivering now to make the future possible? What institutions must we strengthen to support growth and stability? What opportunities must be deliberately created for young people? And how do we ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and anchored on peace and productivity? These questions cannot be answered by government alone. They demand collective leadership. They demand a partnership of states, markets, communities, and citizens. It was this understanding that informed the creation of the Southeast Development Commission. The decision was both deliberate and necessary. The Southeast carries both a unique historical burden, particularly in the form of infrastructure deficits that followed the unfortunate civil war. For decades, these gaps limited connectivity, reduced competitiveness, and constrained opportunity. The Commission was therefore established not only to address inherited deficits, but to provide a platform for long-term regional planning and the delivery of projects that cut across state boundaries. The SEDC was designed to think beyond annual budgets and electoral calendars. Its mandate is structural transformation, infrastructure, industrialization, and regional competitiveness. And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. This is not another layer of bureaucracy. It is a delivery institution focused on tangible outcomes that translate into jobs, productivity, and growth. In recognition of the distinctive character of the Southeast, its entrepreneurial spirit, its global diaspora, and its long-standing relationship with international capital, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company Limited. This vehicle was created to mobilize resources from the diaspora, capital markets, and development finance institutions, and to channel them into infrastructure and human capital development across the region. From energy infrastructure to transport connectivity, from industrial clusters to skill development and enterprise, the pathways to accelerated growth are clear. What will determine the success is discipline, coordination, and a shared sense of purpose. And I want to thank Elsie Atapwa, my sister from Ghana. Niger no Kogom last, and we made a very beautiful delivery. One of the most encouraging aspects of this forum is its inclusive and global character. Here we see federal and state governments working in partnership. We see traditional institutions and political leaders seated at the same table. We see private sector leaders and development partners engaged from the outset. We see the voices of youth, civil society, women, and the diaspora fully represented. I am particularly pleased to acknowledge the participation of Umu Igbo Unite, a United States-based organization of over 10,000 young professionals across healthcare, finance, law, technology, and other critical sectors, represented here by its president. Why the president? Kindly stand up for recognition. Although your accent has become so Americanized that I had to strain myself to hear what you were saying. Government cannot deliver this vision alone. It will require shared responsibility across states, the private sector, traditional institutions, civil society, and the diaspora. And to the young people of the Southeast and of Nigeria as a whole, let me speak plainly to you on behalf of President Bola Tinubu. You are not spectators in our national journey. You are central to it. Your energy, creativity, and ambition are essential to the Nigeria we are working to build. This forum must therefore translate into real opportunities. Opportunities for skills acquisition, opportunities for jobs and enterprise, opportunities for leadership and participation. Development must not remain an abstract promise. It must be felt in the daily lives of our people. As deliberations continue over the coming days, I encourage all participants to engage openly, constructively, and with a shared sense of responsibility. Let this forum generate ideas that are bold yet practical. Let it build consensus where differences exist. Let it lay the foundation for partnerships that endure long after this hall is empty. Nigeria is strongest when its regions thrive. The success of the Southeast is inseparable from the success of the nation. Let this gathering make a turning point. From conversation to coordination, from ideas to implementation, and from vision to tangible value for our people. It is therefore with optimism and confidence that I declare the Southeast Vision 2025 Regional Stakeholders Forum officially open on behalf of President Bola Tinubu. May your deliberations be fruitful. Thank you, and God bless us all.
God bless you too, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please remain on stage. Let me invite all the governors that are in the room now to please come on stage. The chairman of the commission, the managing director, to join the vice president for photographs, please. So the first photograph, the governors, chairman of the board and MD will be with the vice president, and then the honorable minister. Let's bring the music down, please. Please. Thank you. Now we will add the SSA. All the board members of the Southeast Economic Development Commission, other ministers that are in the room. Okay, please, media, remove the screen lights. Can we put it off? Okay, so if they have taken the board members, they can step down.
Let them leave, the ministers. Ministers are here.
Board members and other ministers can step down now. And then we have members of the National Assembly that are here, and bank CEOs. Bank CEOs. Thank you. The bank CEOs that are here. And then after the bank CEOs, we have heads of federal government MDAs. Heads of federal government MDAs. Okay, sister commissions, Northwest, Northwest, North Central, Southwest.
financial institutions.
I've called them MDs of banks. Okay, ambassadors that are here. Ambassadors that are here. Ambassadors. I know the ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria is in the room. Other members of the diplomatic corps. Our bishop, our royal fathers. Bishops and royal fathers, please. And let me quickly announce here that we have a power bank that is branded. Power bank that is branded. In case it's your own. Okay, Michola. Ambassadors have gone. Is that? Okay, can we bring down the music, please? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Sit where you are. They will serve you on your seat. But let me remind you, 9 a.m. tomorrow, the technical sessions continue.
He has one.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. Thank you. Well done to you too.
So this is Dubai, Abby. Okay, so we come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Well done, man. Well done. You did great. No. You did great. I'm telling you.
You should be panting now.
Yeah, no, but that's amazing. What's your name?
You should be the first to eat.
Manuel. Fantastic.
You should be the first to eat.
I got water. I said, no, there's somebody that needs this water more. I have to keep it. Yes.
You know, when the Abia State governor, he's been calling me to come and work with him. I'm from Abia. And I told him I can't. I go there, it's war.
A man does not go to the village square solely because he cannot see the moon from his compound. Mbah. A man does not go to the village square solely because he cannot see the moon from his compound. Mbah. A man does not go to the village. A man does not go. A man does not go to the village square solely because he cannot see the moon from his compound. Mbah. He can see it quite clearly. But we come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. Ndebanye, is that not what our elders have taught us? That the warmth of brothers is a different kind of fire, the kind of warmth that is good for our bodies and our soul, and also because a vision seen by one man is a dream, but a vision seen by a region, that one name is a mandate, a collective rewriting their fate. Chapter after chapter, page after page, our own very exodus. Maka onye kwe, chie kwe. If a man says yes, his chi says yes with him. And for too long, we have been stars scattered across the sky, shining bright but shining alone. But Southeast Vision 2050 is the moment the constellation connects. It's the moment where we let go of the internal frictions and the silos of the past. Today, we trade friction for fusion. We are burying the hatchets to pick up the digital pen. This is the era of regional reintegration. We are weaving a seamless economic fabric where, when one state breathes, the whole region pulses. Our governors are the lead architects, by the way. 5 visionaries building one fortress. Look at the blueprints they are laying down. In Abia, we are tapping into the industrial heartbeat of Abia, turning it into a manufacturing powerhouse. Call it China of Africa. Anambra, we are championing the development of new cities to redefine the industrial landscape in the region. What about the Ebonyi? Ebonyi, the salt of the nation, is becoming the bedrock of agriculture and infrastructure, feeding the vision from the soil up. In Enugu, the coast city is reigniting with tech and innovation hubs, a home for digital pioneers. And in Imo, we see a gateway of hydrocarbons, hospitality, and human capital fueling our regional talent and project pipeline. When these 5 fingers of the hand close, they don't become a fist for war, no. They become a grip on our future, a fist for wealth, a fist for stability. They are coding a new law that we are stronger as a common market than as individual players. But this vision is not a wall, it is a bridge. And we are building a Southeast that is the engine room for all Nigerians, from the north to the west, from the delta to the middle belt. If you have a dream, the East is your workshop. We are creating a sanctuary for foreign investors who seek greed and transparency. We are transforming the red mud of our fathers into a global trade zone. We are building the Silicon Valley of Africa right here. So my dear, if you want to see the future of African commerce, you know where to look. You look Southeast. Activate Southeast Vision 2050. 50 is the point of perfect symmetry. 50 is where the center finally holds. Projects Southeast Vision 2050 is the bridge between our before, our now, and our after. So wherever you are, activate Southeast Vision 2050. Here, we don't wait for the stars to align, we code the alignment. We are building a regional OS, an operating system locked in on growth, a tribe encoded with dreams and optimized for global impact. We are taking the chip into the cloud. So Omunna, clock it, lock in, activate Southeast Vision 2050. A man does not go to the village square solely because he cannot see the moon from his compound. He can see it quite clearly. But we come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. Ndebanye, is that not what our elders have taught us? That the warmth of brothers is a different kind of fire. The kind of warmth that is good for our bodies and our soul. And also, because a vision seen by one man is a dream, but a vision seen by a region, that one name is a mandate. A collective rewriting their fate, chapter after chapter, page after page. Our own very exodus. Maka onye kwe, chi kwe. If a man says yes, his chi says yes with him. And for too long, we have been stars scattered across the sky, shining bright but shining alone. But Southeast Vision 2050 is the moment the constellation connects. It's the moment where we let go of the internal frictions and the silos of the past. Today, we trade friction for fusion. We are burying the hatchets to pick up the digital pen. This is the era of regional reintegration. We are weaving a seamless economic fabric where, when one state breathes, the whole region pulses. Our governors are the lead architects, by the way. 5 visionaries building one fortress. Look at the blueprints they are laying down. In Abia, we are tapping into the industrial heartbeat of Abia, turning it into a manufacturing powerhouse. Call it China of Africa. Anambra, we are championing the development of new cities to redefine the industrial landscape in the region. What about Ebonyi? Ebonyi, the salt of the nation, is becoming the bedrock of agriculture and infrastructure, feeding the vision from the soil up. In Enugu, the coal city is reigniting with tech and innovation hubs, a home for digital pioneers. And in Imo, we see a gateway of hydrocarbons, hospitality, and human capital fueling our regional talent and project pipeline. When these 5 fingers of the hand close, they don't become a fist for war, no. They become a grip on our future, a fist for wealth, a fist for stability. They are coding a new law that we are stronger as a common market than as individual players. But this vision is not a wall, it is a bridge. And we are building a Southeast that is the engine room for all Nigerians, from the north to the west, from the delta to the middle belt. If you have a dream, the East is your workshop. We are creating a sanctuary for foreign investors who seek grit and transparency. We are transforming the red mud of our fathers into a global trade zone. We are building the Silicon Valley of Africa right here. So my dear, if you want to see the future of African commerce, you know where to look. You look Southeast. Activate Southeast Vision 2050. 50 is the point of perfect symmetry. 50 is where the center finally holds. Projects Southeast Vision 2050 is the bridge between our before, our now, and our after. So wherever you are, activate Southeast Vision 2050. Here, we don't wait for the stars to align, we code the alignment. We are building a regional OS, an operating system locked in on growth, a tribe encoded with dreams and optimized for global impact. We are taking the cheap into the cloud. So Omunna, clock it, lock in, activate. Southeast Vision 2050.